So we'll start off with a invocation, and Mr. Underwood has graciously offered to do that for us today. Please rise.
Can we all stand? Most gracious and Heavenly Father, once again we come before you this evening asking for your blessings. Heavenly Father, we just give thanks to you for all that you do for us in spite of our faults. Heavenly Father, I ask you to look over this country, look over this world, bring peace across this country. Continue to bless our service members home and abroad. Guide and protect them. Continue to bless our first responders. Tonight, oh Heavenly Father, give us the strength and wisdom to make the choices best for Caroline County. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
You would stay standing for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll start off with our opening board comments. And Mr. Underwood, go ahead and get us started.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to say I want to thank VDOT for the road work they have been doing on the roads. I know because of the winter, some of the roads are in bad shape. A couple of the bridges were in bad shape, and I had to make a few phone calls, but I see that they're out working very diligent. Certainly ask you to be patient. If there are serious issues along the road, please call one of us to let us know where we can get things done. One of the issues that I continue to see as I ride through the county, still have a lot of trees down on the side of the road, and Mr. Calvin assured me they would get to that very quickly. And last, on the comment about that, lastly, we still have a lot of trash being thrown on the sides of the roads, on our roads, and these are unfortunately citizens of Caroline County. I can understand along the interstates and people traveling through, but we need to make a better effort to make sure that our roads are taken care of. We have a litter program in the county. People go out and pick it up, but seems like every day there's more and more trash along the ditch lines, which really gives the county a poor appearance. And finally, I'd just like to say congratulations to the boys basketball team from high school. They won the district this year, Battlefield District. I don't know when the last time they won, but I think it's been a couple of years. So I was very pleased. David Ware Jr. actually played on my team back in 1994. So it was good to see a young man back in the county, working hard and serving the county in another capacity. And that's all my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Ms. Long?
Yes, thank you. It's good to see everyone here tonight. Welcoming summer suddenly is here upon us, so enjoy after the cold winter. I just wanted to let everyone know that our county administrator is not with us tonight. He is recovering from some knee procedure, and we hope to have him back at our next meeting. But in the meantime, Mr. Parton and his able hands will be sitting in on that part, as he does so often, probably more often than he likes to, for helping us with the meeting tonight. So wish Mr. Cully the best in his recovery and hope to see him back soon. And that is all I have for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Mr. Seeley?
Really short tonight. We have a business moving in Bowling Green from Main Street to around the corner. Sundry is moved. Their grand opening is Saturday. I hope everybody comes out and takes a look at their new, bigger location. And I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, wonderful. Mr. Black?
Yes.
Threw you a curve, didn't it?
Yeah, you
I
that's fine.
skipped over
That's fine.
Thomas.
I just want to thank everyone who came out and supported the Polar Bear Plunge this year. There was 9 organizations involved, and they raised over $36,000 for that's staying right here in Caroline. So thank you to everyone involved there. Yesterday, we spent some time down in Richmond on HB 422. It was a crossover day, and we went over to the Senate, and the HB 422, which would require private utility companies to only do a rate hike every 3 years, was passed by the Senate with a reenactment clause, which means it has to come back next year. I do want to thank, there is a committee in Lake Landor that has been working extremely hard. I mean, the amount of hours they have put in, Pam Taylor, Melanie Lombardi, Nancy Kennedy are just a few. I can't name them all, but they were the main players in making this bill happen. So I want to thank them. Obviously, Delegate Cole has been huge in helping us. Our county attorney, Mr. McKenzie, and the Board of Supervisors for supporting this. It is a baby step. I understand it's not everything we wanted, not nearly everything we wanted, but it is a baby step to start getting legislation on the books to prevent people from having to pay $250 a month for water and sewer. So thank you, and that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Thomas.
Get my new mic set up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of quick ones, or a few quick ones. Last month, I attended the Loving tribute where the county courthouse complex added to the U.S. Civil Rights Trail. And for those of you who don't know, the Loving were the family from Caroline whose case went to the Supreme Court allowing interracial marriage throughout the entire country. It was good to see the family and their daughter, Peggy, who was there, and just want to thank the county for their help in that. Also, last month, I attended the presentation of a giant check to the Sheriff's Department, $967,000 for the upgrade of our radio system. It was a grant that the Sheriff's Office worked together with the federal government to actually get for us. So it was great that we got that. And Chief Loftus has assured us that Fire and Rescue will get a bigger grant in the future. So I wanted to make sure I gave Chief credit to. And last, well, not last, but my other comment was we have to work with VDOT to do something with the road in front of the middle school. Traffic has become extremely dangerous. I think during the time that school is in or out, it's really a danger with people trying to make left turns going into the school and oncoming traffic. So we may have to give a piece of that newly created fence back to VDOT for right of way. And the last comment, our new delegate just walked in. We had an invitation last month or a couple of months ago, but the weather and then the House of Delegates schedule wouldn't work. So Nicole Cole, the delegate for the House 66, is here. So I just wanted to recognize her. I'm sure she'll get a chance to say something short. And that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I'll forego any comments and we'll move on to any amendments to the
Mr.
agenda.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I did have one other comment. The Sheets is having their grand opening
Thursday, yeah.
Thursday on 207 at Ruther Glen.
You know what time, Mr. Underwood?
I believe it's 9 o'clock.
9 a.m.?
9 a.m.
All
9
right,
to 11.
Thursday, 9 a.m.
Thursday, yeah,
Okay.
Sheets used to be in the Mount Penine district.
which is now in the Reedy Church
Redistricting
district.
out.
Yeah, he stole it.
All right, any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'd make an amendment that we add presentations and reports and add a time for Delegate Cole to make a presentation to the county.
Okay. People to it. Any others? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote on our agenda as presented or as amended. Can I get a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and we'll go into our presentations and reports. And Delegate Cole, I got a very nice request to have you in and out of here, so as best we can. You'd come on
Thank
up.
you so much. It is so, I'm so happy to be able to be here today to give the members, board members, an update and the community an update on how things have been going during legislative session this year. And so with that, I have just a hopefully somewhat brief, but wanted to give more information than less since it's been a while since I've been able to be here, or this is my first time. So good evening, members of the board. Thank you for inviting me to join you tonight and to share some of what we've been working on in Richmond since January 14th, and since residents in Caroline, House District 66, and across the Commonwealth have sort of put me in place as the delegate. It's always meaningful to come home and report back directly to the people and the communities that I serve. So thank you for making time for this. And this is an even numbered year, we've been in what we call the long session. So 60 days in total. So we kicked off on January 14th and we'll wrap up this Saturday on March 14th. And because session ends on a Saturday, we will be in session on Saturday. So to put the scope of work in perspective, across both the House and Senate sides, the General Assembly as a whole has produced close to 3,000 bills and resolutions this session. That's a significant volume of legislation moving through committees, floor votes, and conference processes, all within that 60-day window. And so I want to talk or walk you through 3 of the many bills that I worked on directly, what they do, why they matter, and why I pursued them, to give you a snapshot of some of the work that we've done in the General Assembly overall. And then later on, after session, I'd like to come back and talk you through some of the other bills that passed that and or budget items that pass that are beneficial to Caroline and the community, also that you may be helpful in implementing. Okay, so the first bill was House Bill 1176, which actually lowers quorum requirements for certain regulatory boards under the Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation. And this bill will allow the process for licensing to improve different things like infrastructure projects in the county, to go ahead and move forward without meetings where the Appeals Board, architecture, professionals, engineering, and light, I'm not getting all of the acronym correct now, but there's 2 professional boards that actually review different requests from county supervisors like yourselves, so that projects can continue to move forward. And we want to make sure that those boards can meet, make decisions, and get you the information that you need in an expeditious fashion. Sometimes the most impactful legislation isn't the flashiest. This bill removes that quiet obstacle so that government can actually function for the people counting on it. The second bill is House Bill 1165, which addresses professional qualifications for school superintendent candidates. At its core, 1165 ensures that every candidate for a superintendent position meets consistent baseline professional qualifications in order to be licensed by the Board of Education. Right now, those standards are not uniformly applied, and that creates inconsistency across the Commonwealth in who is eligible to lead our school divisions. And we want to make sure that we have quality candidates for school boards to be able to vote on, to lead our school division, so our kids can have quality leadership to get the education that we're supporting, that you're supporting through the budgets that you approve. So that legislation establishes a floor of minimum professional standards that protects the integrity of the role and ultimately the students those superintendents serve. I believe strongly in local control, and I also believe that certain baseline standards exist to protect the public, and HB 1165 strikes that balance. The third bill, one that you all are more familiar with, and the one that I want to spend the most time on tonight, is House Bill 422. And I want to begin by thanking this board for bringing the issue to me and for working with me on it throughout the session. This is a genuine example of partnership between local government and the legislature working as it should. And I look forward to continuing on to work with you to make sure that we're addressing the needs of Caroline County. HB 422 addresses water utilities and the rate case process. Specifically, it prohibits a water utility from filing multiple rate cases within a 3-year period. For those who may be less familiar with how utility rate regulation works, when a utility wants to raise rates, it files a rate case with the State Corporation Commission, which reviews the request and determines whether the increase is warranted. That process takes time and resources for everyone involved, the utility, the SCC, and the localities and ratepayers who participate or are affected. The problem we've seen is for Caroline's particularly, we've seen is utilities, water works utilities filing successive rate cases in rapid succession before the ink is even dry on the last decision. This creates a cycle of uncertainty, rising costs, and administrative burden that falls hardest on families and local governments trying to plan their budgets. HB 422 says once a rate case is decided, the utility must wait 3 years before filing another one. There are provisions that allow utilities to address legitimate, genuine financial or operational needs. And this isn't a blanket prohibition, but it puts guardrails around a process that had become a real source of instability for ratepayers. The legislation is designed to provide families, localities, and regulators with greater stability, affordability, and transparency when it comes to essential waterworks utility services. I do want to be transparent with you about one important aspect of HB 422 because it did yesterday just pass through the Senate. We went through a process of it first passed through the House, then it needed to pass through the Senate in order to be able to be laid on the, it passed through Senate committee. And so because it passed through Senate committee, it'll now go to the Senate floor. And then as it's voted on the Senate floor, it will be presented to the governors at the governor's desk. It did pass with what's called a reenactment clause. What that means in plain terms is that the legislation will need to come back to the General Assembly in 2027 and be passed again before it takes permanent effect. A reenactment clause is a standard legislative mechanism used for certain complex regulatory changes, and it essentially creates a built-in review point so the legislator can confirm the policy will work the way that is intended, if there's any additional changes that we need to make sure to protect ratepayers, how the company works within the confines of the bill, and that it is going to do what we need it to do. So my commitment to you is straightforward. I'll bring this bill back in 2027. We'll see this through. In the meantime, between now and then, we're going to be having multiple conversations, talking with the communities that this bill will affect, making sure that we get it right the next time so that then we can also have that conversation with delegates and senators to try to get this in place. And if not this, something in place that impacts affordability of the water and sewer rates within the communities that it affects in Caroline County. So to finish, this has been a very productive session, not just in terms of the bills that I walked through tonight, but in the broader work in showing up for Caroline County and the district every single day when we're in Richmond, whether it's advocating in committee, building relationships across the aisle, or simply making sure the voices and needs of this community are heard at the Capitol. The work never stops. We've produced a budget focused on responding to federal cuts, lowering costs, strengthening healthcare, expanding childcare, supporting working families across Virginia, making sure the voices of Virginians are heard, and filling gaps, that are not just about affordability. It's about whether Virginia is doing everything that we can to help families not just survive, but build stable, secure lives. It's a genuine honor to serve you in this role, and I'm grateful for evenings like this one where I can come home, report back, and hear from you directly. And I look forward to continuing the work that we started this year and serving the people of House District 66, Caroline County, and the Commonwealth. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very, thank you very much for coming out and visiting with us tonight. And
Absolutely.
you have a couple minutes for few questions?
Sure.
Mr. Thomas?
Delegate Cole, I'm not sure I got the right one, but I think it was House Bill 412.
422.
No, 412 is what I'm asking about.
Oh, okay. I'm
I
sorry.
don't,
Go
I
ahead.
don't, I don't know if you remember.
Okay.
But it was local governing bodies and school division budgets funding level.
Ah.
It was basically asking that the locality fund whatever the school board budget's need-based budget presentation was. How did that go? Did that pass or fail?
So that got continued to 2027 if I want to bring that bill back. And actually no, it didn't get continued. What happened was that bill got changed into a study. One of the reasons that it was changed when I presented it and it passed through the House Education Committee was because we have the JLARC report on trying to figure out what the was it modernization of the um, algorithm by which we fund schools, sort of the local composite index
Composite
and everything.
index
Right,
formula that
exactly.
nobody knows?
And so we have the JLARC report back. Because my bill was related to aligning the requirement the legal requirement that school boards have to present a needs-based budget to the Board of Supervisors. However, the Board of Supervisors doesn't have a requirement to approve or fund a needs-based budget. So the reason why a needs-based budget is required for school boards is to make sure that they can be compliant with by funding with the requirements, the compliance requirements of the standards of quality that are required by them to meet by the Department of Education. And so when boards of supervisors don't then fund that budget, how can school boards be ensured to be compliant with those standards of quality? So because some of that funding, those funding issues in regards to meeting standards of quality overlapped with the reports that came from JLARC, which we're also trying to figure out, determine how and what parts the state can do and supervisors can do with their fund, localities can do with their funding, where it got moved to a study to fold into that work. And then it got moved to appropriations, which then basically said we don't have the money to fund the study. So it died basically.
All right, but you're gonna work real hard to get us more state money for the local schools, right?
So I am, right, and when I come back to go over what came through the budget, I will detail what is in this next 2-year budget that actually will be coming to you from the state for schools.
Thank you, thank you.
Anyone else? Other questions? Mr. Platt?
I don't really have a question, but just kind of a statement. I really appreciate, because I called you shortly after you were elected and just kind of brief you what was going on with what was happening with the aqua in Lake Landor, Lake Caroline, and other areas, Fluvanna County. I appreciate that. I appreciate everything you've done. But this is just a very, very tiny baby step. I mean, as far as there's people that need some real help. I mean, $250 a month for water and sewer is just, it's not reasonable. When you start talking about 20%, if they go, next year or 2 years, if they 20%, think about that, that's another $50 a month, and then another 20%. So we need to keep on fighting that in Richmond with these bills, because it's not fair, and it's hurting communities like Lakeland or other places around. It's not just, in Caroline. And so we definitely need that pressure from Richmond as one of the tools to use towards them.
Yeah. Another thing that I have done is I had mentioned to you, I met with Secretary Bulova, Secretary for Natural Resources, that is also over sort of the infrastructure costs for wastewater systems. And trying to also develop relationships with the administration to determine where there are other resources, whether it be funding resources, or whether like grants to help fund infrastructure improvements on wastewater systems, so that then that money can help to reduce the costs that the regulated utility builds in to the water rate, the water and sewer rates for the constituents. So I am also, setting up meetings. We talk with the Office of Drinking Water as well about quality issues related to aqua. And so there are multiple ways that, and I'm finding out more about water, wastewater, sewer systems than I've ever thought I would. But it is my goal to try to see, what are all of the ways that we can bring resources to reduce rates, but also improve get the quality worked on, because there are some significant health issues for those residents as well when there are, when there's quality, the water's got too many minerals, it's creating allergies, all of the things. So yes.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to thank you, and then I know the committee in Lake Landor will be continually contacting you, that's for sure. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else? All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
It's
for your time.
Always great to see you.
All right, next we'll recognize Cameron Pickett. You can come on down. How you doing? We can get him to a mic so that the people at home can. Yeah. To pull that mic, mic on down.
You can pull that mic all the way down,
Side,
Tiffany.
yeah.
How's it going?
Very good. How are you?
Good.
Well, just we have a very nice resolution. If you want to take a few minutes, the mic is yours, literally and figuratively. If you want to say anything to people at home, they're watching. This will be on the internet forever.
Thank you. I'm doing my hardest to get as far as I can, and I'm gonna keep on going. So
That's
all I
awesome.
can do.
All right. Well, if you'll bear with me, it's a lot of text, but just would like for everyone to hear this. A resolution of appreciation and encouragement for Cameron Pickett. Whereas Cameron Pickett is a native and lifelong resident of Caroline County, and whereas while a junior at Caroline High School, he sustained a severe spinal cord injury in a car accident that caused the immediate loss of all motor function and sensation below his shoulders and changed the course of his life. And whereas with tremendous grit and determination and the unending support, encouragement, and advocacy of his parents, Timothy and Tiffany, and his brothers Gavin and Winston, he began to take steps toward recovery. And whereas, as he worked his way through months of therapy, school adaptations, and intensive rehabilitation at Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore, movement started to return in his arms. He regained some function of his left hand and began to feel sensation all the way to his toes. And whereas, in the fall of 2025, Cameron achieved a milestone that helped him begin to regain his sense of identity, freedom, and independence. After multiple trips to Richmond with his mom, to work in close consultation with occupational therapy students from BCU, he was able to resume his love of fishing on his own again. This notable success helped him believe in the possibility of the future and sparked hope to achieve all his aspirations. And whereas the amazing progress and resiliency shown by Cameron and his family toward overcoming all obstacles placed in their path and accomplishing his goals is an inspiration to everyone familiar with their story. And whereas the Board of Supervisors and the people of Caroline County wish to express their admiration for Cameron and his family and offer their deepest encouragements and support. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby commends Cameron Pickett and his family for their strength, fortitude, and perseverance in the face of adversity and offers its best wishes in his journey toward recovery. Adopted this 9th day of March, 2026. Mom looks like you wanted to say something.
Well, I was told to, but that pretty much sums everything
it's
up.
optional.
First, I would like to thank you guys for presenting Cameron with this. He might not show that it means anything, but I know it does on the inside. Also, I guess the one thing that you did not mention is Cameron just recently moved into his section of the home on Christmas Eve. RCI Builders out of Mechanicsville, Todd Rogers, stepped forward a year ago Christmas Eve, wanting to provide Cameron with a 100% accessible area for him to reside in. It's like 350 square feet. So yeah, he's learning now how to his new normal. That's all. Everything else is pretty up to date.
Awesome.
She says that, but the amount of treatment and the number of folks that he has touched and has encouraged, and the treatment that he's now looking forward to starting next week in Maryland, which has got much better technology. Tiffany, do you
Yes,
want
so
to talk a little bit?
We're leaving Sunday to go up to Kennedy Krieger International Spinal Cord Institute, which is the international for spinal cord injuries. He'll be there for 2 weeks starting Monday. He is booked to do 50 hours of rehabilitation within 10 days.
Wow.
This will be his second bout. The first bout he went in September, and I can tell you by that 10th day, he was ready to leave.
Imagine.
Cameron was here a couple years ago, or was it 3 years ago?
I'm sorry?
Cameron was here before, wasn't he? Before the board?
No, that was his brother Gavin. For FFA?
For FFA,
Okay,
right.
that's what it
Yeah,
was.
that's the
Yep.
middle child.
Oh, okay.
Same family.
But he has made, the inspiration that he brings to other folks that that are having issues, I think speaks volumes with him being able to shake hands, talk on the mic, come down and actually receive this award is just astounding considering where you were a few years ago. So I just want to applaud all your fortitude and keep working at it, because you can be the poster person for where you can go after an injury like that. And I think there'll be a lot of folks that learn from you. So be aware and keep on trying.
And if you're open to it, we'd like to come down and have a photo taken with receiving.
Sure,
this.
thank you.
Awesome.
I don't know where they're going to get it.
Got to get there too. Child spent 6 months in the hospital, was really born on. I know how much you're going through. And we still run things. So.
You set us up how you think.
Just so we can see Cameron. And
Wow.
Tiffany, go on and talk a little bit about the Facebook page so everybody can.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention this. We do share his journey on Facebook and all the mischievous things that he gets into day to day. That website on Facebook is Spinal Cord Strong, Cameron C6 to C7 or SCI Journey, which is spinal cord injury journey. That's all.
Spinal cord strong.
Spinal Cord Strong, Cameron's C6-C7 SCI Journey. And the photo is of him and his dog. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have a resolution for Colonel Paul Perry upon his retirement.
No uniform.
Good
anymore.
evening.
No, you
Thanks for coming down with us tonight. If you would bear with me while I read this, and then we'll give you time if you'd like to say anything. A resolution of appreciation for Colonel Paul Perry upon the occasion of his retirement. I'm very jealous. Whereas Mr. Paul Perry began his career at the
human.
Humans in.
okay, what he
Humans
said.
in-
Hopefully, it's only once in
Humans
this.
in
All right,
Creek
when we
Jail.
get to the point, if I pause, you just say,
Humans Creek. I
Okay.
can do that.
Humans.
all right. Regional Jail, PCRJ, I think I would say. As a detention officer on January 4th, 1999, prior to the completion of the construction of the facility. Whereas he steadily worked his way up the ranks of command, first becoming training, accreditation, and grievance sergeant in 2001, administrative lieutenant in 2003, training and accreditation captain in 2004, deputy superintendent of security, which is a major, in 2013, and acting superintendent in 2016, before being named superintendent and the rank of colonel in 2018. And whereas in June 2017, the regional jail ceased to exist and the facility sat dormant for approximately a year prior to the opening of the current Carolina Detention Center in mid-2018. And whereas during this period of transition, Colonel Perry was instrumental in keeping the facility functioning and in good working condition while operating with a very limited staff. He also played a significant and crucial role in identifying and preparing for a new use of the facility to enable operations to continue and to prevent possible unwanted options from becoming a reality. And whereas, as Superintendent, Colonel Perry has demonstrated outstanding leadership and overseen the successful and highly professional operation of the detention center, this is evidenced in part by the facility's reputation as a national leader in the detention field and repeated outstanding inspection reports from multiple federal agencies, including recent reports with no citations or violations. Whereas Colonel Perry's steady, calm demeanor, confidence under pressure, and dedication to his profession has served Caroline County and its citizens very well during his 27-year combined tenure. Whereas Colonel Perry retired from the Caroline Detention Facilities as superintendent on March 1st, 2026, now therefore be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby commends and extends its deepest appreciation to Colonel Paul Perry for his 27 years of exemplary service to the citizens of Caroline County and extends his very best wishes for a long and happy and healthy retirement. Adopted this 10th day of March, 2026.
Well, thank you. First off, after 30 years in corrections, I probably had a big enough mouth I could have sat there and.
Well,
Move
just
the mic a
if
little
you could
closer.
move the mic so people at home can hear you. There
Well,
you go.
I wasn't screaming right now. But, So it's been an honor and it's been a pleasure to serve the facility and the citizens of Caroline County. The job itself is stressful enough, but having a jail board that supports you and a board of supervisors that in turn supports that authority board makes it that much easier. So I tell people I work for the best board in the state. And probably in the country, but it's been an honor and it's been a pleasure, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, it's a sincere of gratitude, and we wish you just all the best. And people say they have less time once they retire, and I'm willing to give that a shot in 10 or 12 years
It's
myself.
been a week
so.
and I haven't experienced that yet.
Would you like to come up?
Sure.
We would like to get a photo with you.
Is that your family with you? You want to bring up your wife? She's retired too, right?
Jail family, our jail.
You can bring them if you want. Oh, where's it gonna go?
She turned them on. She turned them up. Or they turned them up. All right, next we have the Caroline County Agriculture Fair update. Ms. Whitaker.
Good evening, Mr.
Dave-
Chairman,
Turn down a
Dave,
little bit.
Board.
We get these. Francie, give us 1 second.
I
We're
am.
blinded.
Oh, you're blinded.
Oh
That's
yeah, there we
okay.
go. That was better. All right, we can see you now.
Sure. Okay. I think he's getting the screen down too. So let's get started. Good evening, and I think all of you know that I'm Fran Whitaker, President of the Caroline County Agriculture Fair Association, and I'm beginning my 18th year in this journey. So it's certainly my pleasure to be here tonight to provide to you a review of what we did in 2025 and hope that you will agree that you got a lot of bang for your buck because you're one of our biggest supporters of our fair. So what did we do in 2025? Of course, we have our signature event, which is our annual fair, but we do other things. We are a sponsor of the Virginia Judging School, in which we provide education throughout the Commonwealth to certify people to become judges in the home goods field. So in 2025, we had 3 schools, and another event we do in October is the Tailgate Trick or Treat event at our fairgrounds, and you support that as well. So, hang on. One of the other things we do is promote education, and we did have a scholarship winner in 2025. It was Mr. Travis Ernest. He was a graduate of Caroline High School, and he's pursuing a career in environmental science. So we were glad to provide him a $500 scholarship, and he is attending Germanna, and that's what that is being used for. Of course, our signature event is our annual county fair, which was held June 18th through the 21st last year. We had a theme, which was agriculture is our jam. We were blessed with pretty good weather. We had a little rain 2 evenings. We are able to continue to have free admission for all ages, and our attendance was over 9,500 last year. One of the things we have are some donation boxes throughout our fairgrounds, and we did receive just not quite $900 in those. And we were able to have a new event. The railroad from Rappahannock Model Railroaders were present in our home goods building. But what is one of the best things about the fair? It's our barn animals. And here you can see a collage of all the various animals who were in attendance. We had a very full barn for at least the second year in a row. You can see all the numbers of animals we had. It was probably, I think, the first year that the pig pens had been full. So we were very fortunate. Ms. Coleman did an excellent job in overseeing this section of our fair. Of course, the 4-H kids do an awesome job. And here you can see some of the many winners we had in the cattle, swine, sheep, and goat shows. We're very blessed. We have a great group of kids that come and participate in these shows. We had 45 participants. It was one of the longest shows we had ever had on that Friday. It was a 7-hour show. Needless to say, they all were a little exhausted that Friday. And then we had a youth show on Saturday, which are ages 6 to 8. And I believe we're probably one of the few fairs that does a youth show. These are kids that are not quite 4-H age yet, but we have provided an opportunity for them to come and show goats and learn aspects of showmanship. And then, well, the Pee Wee livestock shows we do throughout our fair, which is getting kids a taste into that, what it's all about. And we added a fun adult show last year as well. And here you can see some of the winners again with the Pee Wee show, Pee Wee sheep and goat showmanship. We had the youth livestock show. So these are very proud children who are learning the ropes on being a showman. Other things that we do that's in our agriculture section is the giant hay bale contest. We had 3 clubs participate. Poultry show, we did bring that back and had participants with that, as well as they have a stockman's contest. And what that is an educational comprehensive test of their skills and ability, what they know about livestock, and they receive some awards for that. In our interactive cow experience we have is our Milk and Miss Bessie, and I know some of you have seen that, and that's where kids come and they can milk the fake Miss Bessie and get a kind of that experience. And we do have the help of the local Girl Scout troop who mans that for us during the fair as well. And then we have demonstrations with sheep shearing. Again, this is more about the livestock kids that are in that arena. The 4-H kids, they're very responsible young people. They not only spend time working with their animals, getting them ready to show, they also help clean the barn, keep things tidy, and they participate in educational opportunities that we provide for them. And they're not just sitting around idle. I know on Saturday evening, once the animals have been packed up and they've left the fairgrounds, the children have done their cleaning of the barn. And usually Ms. Coleman has little to do on Sunday in the barn because they have done an excellent job for her. Home goods, of course, another big area of our fair is our home goods area. Last year saw our highest number of entries, and that also included some of the county students from the schools who enter their art work. We provide that opportunity for them. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we had the Rappahannock Model Railroaders, and that was a really big hit with that display, and they're going to come back this year. And let's look at some pictures here. You see some of the various pictures of the things in home goods, from produce to canned goods to baked goods, just everything. And as well as in there, we also have the 4-H sewing group is in there. The county is in there as far as the visitor center. They have provided space in there so they can give information about the county and various other groups as well. And again, we had our fair theme, agriculture is our jam. The Old McDonald's Farm Parade was a chance for people to come and dress up as root vegetables, and they can dress up anything from a wagon to a wheelchair to whatever and participate in that. And that is sponsored by a local family And we take up money, or we not don't take up money, I'm sorry, canned goods for the food pantry. That's what you have to enter that, you have to bring canned goods. Again, another picture of our railroaders, which was a pretty fun group. Of course, heritage, that's a big area, and that's one of my favorite areas in that we had right much foot traffic there. We had over 300 ears of corn shelled in the antique sheller, and our sawmill worked most of the fair, had demonstrations, the shoestring sawmill, and then our antique tractor show. And here we've got some pictures of what heritage looks like. And then, of course, we've got our red and green and orange tractors on display as well. So that's always a fun area and one of my favorite areas of the fair. And of course, what do we do to entertain people? We are lucky in that we have sponsorships that help us provide. Circus Stella, they came back once again. We have the Wee Racing Pigs, which is always a favorite show for everyone. And then the kids just like getting in a corn bin. They like just playing in corn, and rather than a sandbox, it's a corn bin. So we have lots of opportunities for kids to chill out, for the parents to chill out mainly. So we're glad to be able to provide that. And then corn shucking has always been a favorite activity, and it's a fun thing. We have lots of corn shuckers show up, shucking corn to compete with each other, who can shuck the ear the fastest. And then our hay bale toss, which that's the thing. A lot of guys try to get into that and see who can toss the bale of hay the highest, whatever. We do it also for younger age groups as well. But it's a fun activity that kind of concludes activities on Saturday evening. And you can just kind of see the fair is about family and friends, and we've got groups of various people enjoying our fair. And of course, we have the vendors and community organizations come out and support us. We have as you can see, the county EMS services, we've got the sheriff's department, the Carolina Detention Center comes out, as well as REC and various organizations. And then you can, of course, see what's very important at the fair food. So that is an essential part always of the fair. And music. We have music every night of the fair and all day Saturday. And we're very lucky we have an excellent entertainment pavilion for that. And we try to use mainly local talent to try to, support people in our community. That's very important to us. So everybody likes to come out and have a good time in our entertainment pavilion. Of course, where would we be without our sponsors? We wouldn't be able to do this wonderful event without sponsors. And as you can see, you're one of our biggest sponsors up there, and we certainly appreciate that. And you've been certainly had been a sponsor for a very, very long time. And I know as you're doing your budget this next year, I'm sure you're going to want to continue to be a sponsor. So your name can be there again. So we're very excited that that's hopefully going to happen. So we have people from all levels, platinum down to friends, but everyone, sometimes this is monetary contribution, sometimes it is an in-kind contribution of goods and services for us. And here we go, more of our friends and patrons. Of course, the sun set over the fair, and this was actually a picture of the last day of the fair. And lovely, you can see over our midway and over our barn area. So it was a successful fair in 2025. So then we continue on. What do we do as we start in 2026? Well, we had the annual fair convention, which we attended back in January. 6 members attended. We had 3 people who came separately to help with the judging school, and then which had quite a few attendees as well. So here's some youth scholarship is very important. At the Virginia Association of Fairs, we had 2 kids from our fair who participated in the scholarship program. And this is very involved. It is an all-day process. They have a written essay, they have a prepared speech, they have an extemporaneous speech, they have interviews. And what they do when they win is they win scholarship money. So we had Rachel Hale and John Mason Hale who won scholarship money. And we also had a participant in our Ag It Up poster contest that they had. Clara Coleman, who's 9, she submitted a poster. And I believe we got a picture over here of Claire in the right-hand corner here with her poster, and John and Rachel who received scholarship money, and then those of us who attended the convention in Williamsburg as well. Media awards, y'all always used to be reporting on media awards. What do we do with that? They used to be called a communication. Well, we are a medium-sized fair now based on attendance, and they have done away with most of the media awards that we used to participate in. So, but we did participate in what they had, which was fair brochure, scrapbook, social media, interaction, and radio ad, and we received second and third places for those areas. So we were pleased about that. I do want to make a comment here in that we're probably one of the few, if only the fair in Virginia, that does not use an outside graphic design company to do our publicity and everything that we need. Miss Tate, as I've introduced her in years past, and y'all know her as well, she does all of this for us, including this PowerPoint that I'm showing you tonight. So we're very fortunate that we have in-house person to do that. And here we are, just some scenic fairground views that we were able to obtain with the rainbow. Kind of cool. We just like looking at these, you know, our flag, very patriotic. And then, unfortunately, we did have a situation back at the end of the year, and that we did lose one of our fair members, Nancy Tate Cabanis, which was a sad thing for us. Of course, she had been around, you know, ever since the fair had been around, I would say. And this is a picture and information that we did have on the memorial table that was at the Virginia Association Convention that they have each year for fairs who have lost members of their fair groups. So we did have a memory table with this on it for her. So that was sad for us, even though we had a good fair year, but we did have a sad component, unfortunately. And then what are we doing in 2026? Well, of course, we're going to celebrate America's birthday at the fair, 250th birthday. We're very excited about that. And we've got a lot of things planned that are a little different from what we usually have. And we certainly hope that you're going to come out and see us June 17th through 20th, because we're very excited. It's going to be a great event and lots of fun things. And I believe that is all I have. But do you have any questions for me or anything? I know this is pretty fast.
Ms. Chums?
Francine, I really wanted to say something to Linda and Linda Tate. I had no idea that Nancy had passed, and I just wanted to extend deepest sympathies to the family. You know, your mother and father were one of my favorite people, so it's really sad. I've known Nancy for 30-some years, so I'm sad to hear that and sorry I missed. So just want to express my sympathies to the family.
Francine, what are the hours so everybody hears them out there?
Okay, the Wednesday and Thursday we open at 4. 5, I'm sorry, 5, I know that. Oh my gosh, 5. And then on Friday we open at 4, and on Saturday we open at 11 to 11 on Saturday. And they will be on our Facebook page and our website, which is getting updated now too. So please come see us. It's going to be a grand event. It's going to be so patriotic, you're just not going to believe it. And it's a good value for your money. Free admission for all.
Bring canned foods.
Well, if you want to participate in the McDonald's parade, but if you bring them, we'll make sure that they get to the food pantry.
And didn't you used to have a box as you walked
We
in?
used to, because one of the nights we used to say, come in, you free admission if you did canned goods.
Okay.
But if you want to bring canned goods, we'll try to accommodate you at the front.
I'm
Best
sure
we
you'll all
can.
find spot you can use them.
We'll
Yes,
find a
indeed.
spot. We will do that.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's all I have. Thank you so much for your support. Oh,
Hi, Francine,
I'm
good evening.
how are you, Mr. Underwood?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to say that, you know, the citizens of the county really put the monies in our coffers to sponsor programs like this. This is always the best presentation of any sponsorship that the county does. And so I am absolutely thrilled and thankful that you take the time to put such a professional presentation together to show what really Caroline County is really all about. Because it really is a community, and this highlights community. And the fair does that better than any organization that we sponsor. So for me, it's been a pleasure every year. So thank you for what you do.
Well, you're welcome. And Ms. Tate did put this PowerPoint together. I just presented. But I know you love me too.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I didn't recognize the members here. I beat them up and come here.
Have them all
Have a
stand.
good stand. Yeah, let's stand. Yeah. Thank
All right,
you.
Francine, we're gonna make it a test. Francine, 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 Francine,
Francine, hold on.
before you go, I mean, you begged them to come, so at least tell us who they are.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can remember who they are. Basine Williams, who's in charge of the Fair School and Home Goods. Then we have Linda Tate, who does our publicity. We have Paul and Carol Prince, who work with Home Goods. We have Sissy Coleman, and she is the one who does all of
Oh,
that
trouble.
barn stuff right there. She is responsible for all of that success.
She's related to Wick.
Yes. Sort of, yes, yes, in-law, outlaw, yes. And then, of course, Steve Rollins, he's very instrumental with safety and security and procuring some of our entertainment things we're doing too. And all volunteer, we don't get paid a dime. We make the same thing, 0, 0.
Yeah, I know how
But
you
we
feel.
enjoy doing it. We love to see the smiles on the kids and the families as they come, and we will continue to do this as long as we can.
It's always a great event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have an update on Caroline County Water System by Mr. Joe Shebel, Director of Public Utilities.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, member of the board. Mr. Black had asked that we do a quick update talking about the county's water system and kind of an update of where we're at. As you know, in 2024, we had the water tower out here painted, Sweet Caroline. Last year, we had the Carmel Church water tower painted. So when they do that, they have to clean the inside. They actually sandblast the entire inside to what they call near white, so pure metal, and then they recoat and paint that. They painted the outside. We also did the same thing in Ladysmith. We went in, we acid washed the inside of the tank. As iron and manganese gets in there, it actually stains the inside. So then they'll do that. So it helps with inspection. And in that process of each one of these tanks, we also installed mixers. So one of the things that we know is in water tanks, you have what's called a thermal incline. And your water, new water comes in, it comes in the bottom, it kind of stays in the bottom, goes back out. And the water at the top is hot and then cold. And then twice a year, you have a flop in the tank. And that causes water quality issues because the water in the top is really older compared to the water that's in the bottom of the tank. So now we've got a mixer in each one of those that mixes that up. We did have a little issue in Ladysmith as part of that. So when we were refilling the Ladysmith tank, we were pulling water from the Carmel Church tank, equalizing the system out as it was filling. And it did disturb the area right around the water tank site this time. So we had to do quite a bit of flushing and work with one particular customer in the area that was impacted the most. So we'll know next time to do that a little bit differently and try to figure out how to do that. That tower right now is scheduled to come down this fall for painting. However, we may delay that to the following year because we expect next week Tri-Court has a bid opening for the tank in Pendleton. So hopefully they can get moving, and if they actually start that process, we'll figure out what that lead time is once they get the bids in and when that tank could be built. Ideally, having 2 tanks in the Carmel Church Ladysmith area would be a lot better. Right now we have the 500,000 gallon tank in Ladysmith and the 300,000 gallon tank in Carmel Church. So we've got that 800,000. If Ladysmith is down, that only leaves us with 300,000, which unfortunately those are things that you've got to deal with at times. But with us having McKesson and world-class distribution, and then you've got the value cities and the bigger buildings like that of trying to protect with fire protection, having that additional capacity. So by delaying that 1 year, we don't think it's going to really harm the system, but it might give us that opportunity to have that 3rd tank so that when one's down, we still have 2 tanks in service. The MC Dean has also bid a tank out, and they are negotiating currently with a contractor and trying to come up with a start date possibly on that as well. So that's another 500,000 gallon tank. So within the next 2 years, we'll be adding 2 new tanks, one in Carmel Church, one in Ladysmith to add into our current inventory. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the board may have.
Quick question. McKesson and any large building, they have a separate fire water tank in addition to the county's supply, correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
our tank is not big enough to provide them with full capacity for fire suppression. So that's one of the reasons why MC Dean is building a tank there, because of all the growth that's going on. Every building that would be built there would have to have a tank. So now what they're doing is by having a public system that'll have enough capacity, they would no longer need to put a separate tank at their facilities.
Question.
Mr. Seal?
So we know we had a business owner impacted. Do we know what happened and how they ended up with, it looked like just a lot of residue out of the bottom of the tank?
So it actually wasn't from the tank. We think it actually was from Route 1 by Lake Caroline. So, you know, normally when we're flushing the line going down Route 1 is a 12-inch main. So when you actually flush a line, we're flushing from a steamer on the front of the hydrant that has a 4.5-inch opening. Well, when it's actually moving, the water's moving through the pipe, it's moving through the center of the pipe. It never goes out far enough unless you flow a larger volume of water. Well, when we were filling the Carmel Church tank, or the Ladysmith tank, it was pulling all the water from Carmel Church as it's trying to elevate and equal itself out. Well, that was moving a lot of water. So we think at that time it gave it enough scouring power down in that bottom to possibly pull anything that was down there. So it was a lot of manganese is what was in the system. And then it also got the polymer that's in there. So that's what we saw that was in the filters themselves, and was actually clogging the filters up. So we spent 2 nights out there flushing for 3 or 4 hours, really hard trying to remove anything that was in there, and it seems like that has helped tremendously. So a normal, you know, filter change went from about once a month to about once a day, and some days we're struggling to get that.
Mr. Shi- I just wanted to thank you for working with that business owner. I think you guys did a great job with that. So I did. That's why I just kind of wanted to report, because, you know, I think you guys stepped up and really helped out in a situation. I think it was kind of a kind of a unique situation. I don't think this happens too often, and
Yeah, it affected one customer
right,
really.
right. But I do want to thank you for working with that business owner. So I think that was a good resolution to the situation at hand. Hopefully, in the future, you know, if you're flushing, you know, something like that, you think, just make sure that we just contact the business owner and say, hey, this may affect you. So
Absolutely.
that's all. So thank you.
You're welcome. And just a quick, you know, kind of public service announcement is, you know, if you've got water that is not of a higher quality and you start seeing, you know, cloudy water, dirty water, we don't know unless you tell us. So it's important for the public to really let us know when that happens. Mr. Moore said he didn't want to be a pain. And I'm like, you're not being a pain letting us know there's a problem, because if there's something wrong, you know, we've got a flushing program that we flush in areas that we know there's issues. But if we don't know there's an issue, we don't know to flush that area. So especially being so close to the tower, we wouldn't have really expected that to be an issue right there near the tower. But anyhow, so please let us know that you're not being a pain. We don't know unless you let us know. Facebook, there's stuff all over Facebook. We don't have that, so please call us.
That's why I was asking what took place, because it was unclear how we ended up with that. So thank you for the
Yes, sir.
detailed explanation.
Yes, sir.
I think part of what you said was you're gonna try to use Caroline Alert in the future to say we'll be flushing here and at least let folks know.
So, you know, for that particular business, I think one of the things that we can do, one, we'll be doing the cutover of the tanks at night instead of during the day. We're going to try to feed it a little bit slower as well. So as it's feeding in, it won't pull as hard. And then we'll be flushing in that area, knowing that could be an issue. But one of the things we're doing, the chief has volunteered his signboards. We used them a few years ago. We're going to put those up when we're flushing this spring. That's normal hard flushing that we do. And then during the summer, we'll put up the little trailer. I see Mr. Seeley trying to figure out, the little trailer signs that work off of solar, and we can put a little message, so we can put flushing may experience dirty water during the next week or something. So it's got to be short and precise, but we'll be using those. And then any kind of maintenance that we're doing where we know that we've got to do a repair, so not an emergency, but if we know that it's a planned event, we'll be putting those signs out. And if we think after an event that there could be an extended issue with water clarity, we'll try to use those signs as well and put those out. And Caroline Alert, of course, right now we've got about 60% of the utility customers that actually use Caroline Alert. It is a voluntary program for them. A couple times a year we do send out the announcements as part of the billing, just letting them know, please sign up for Caroline Alert. You can ask for as little as much as you want. So whether you want to know about school closings, weather closings, government closings, or just water issues or severe weather, you can click each one of those that you may want. And you can also pick whether you want that by a text message, an an email, a phone call. So there's a lot of flexibility, and you can change it at any time. So I think that's a great way to get information out as well.
Any other questions? You want to just say the emergency number for contacting you for, if you have it off the top of your head?
So it's our main number. It's 633-4386. So you can call there 24 hours a day. If we're not there, it rolls over to the non-emergency line at dispatch, and they answer all of the after-hour calls. So
That's
anytime there's anything
Area
going
code
on.
804.
804, yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, with that, we will move on to our consent agenda. Anyone like to pull off? We have a vast list of 3 things on there. Anyone like anything to be pulled off to discuss individually?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have approved our consent agenda. We are to our point in the schedule for public comments, but we're not going to start that before 7:30. So we'll go ahead and take about a 15-minute break and reconvene just after 7:30, probably by 7:35. And we will, if anybody has any public comments, we will hear them at that point. So we will see you in about 15 minutes. We're in a recess.
Man, I'm still blinded from the light.
we would like to go ahead and reconvene our March 10th meeting, and we will start off with our public comment. Just some rules for the public comment period. It's open to anyone. You have 3 minutes. And you can discuss anything you want, just don't address anyone on the board by name. And you have to avoid topics that are currently under consideration by the board, where a public hearing has or will be had tonight, or has occurred in the past, and there's not a decision that has been rendered to this point. So, if there's a mistake, I'll just stop you and just let you know what we got to do. So with that said, public comment is open, and anyone is welcome to come on up or come on down. And one thing I failed to say is, if you wouldn't mind, state your name and if you live in Caroline, your Caroline voting district, if it applies.
My name is Isaac Johnson. I know Reverend Johnson. I'm from Caroline County. And,
You know which voting district you're in by chance?
sir, that's Madison District. Okay. Yeah, over by Ruther Glen, by the Carmel Church area. Okay, in that area. And what I want to do, I want to build a boys' home over there in the Carmel Church area. But right now, the surveyors, they won't put the house spot and the plot on the plot. You know, I talked to one of the planning commission members some time back, and they were saying that they don't want so many houses built in the county because it's take up too much land. And so it's been kind of building these apartment complexes where a whole lot of houses and stuff, you know, hooked together. But this, you know, when you do good, good come back, you know, and when you do bad, bad come back. And I think, you know, training young men, boys is good for the county. It's profitable to the county. And, you know, the more you train them and the less violence you have, the less taxes you have to spend, you know, and it's profitable all the way around. Everybody profit from it. And so I want to build a home there. If I can get the surveyors to put the house spot on the property, and I can go ahead and get that part out the way. And if the board has issue with it or something like that, you know, we can work on that later on, or if they reject it or something, you know, I mean, it just depends on how you feel about it. But I mean, it's like when the law puts something on somebody's mind, it's usually something that's good for the county. Just like God told Moses to lead all the children out of Israel. That one idea, you know, they was having a good time. I mean, they were eating and everything. They were doing good, but it was better they got out. So same thing here with these boys, you know, the more violence and stuff they see and stuff like that on TV and stuff, those kind of things, they kind of like get into the mind of the kids, and the kids, you know, go off tangent. So they need these boys home to train them, you know, to yeah. That's what I'm after right now. I mean, I can go later, but I'm just want to get the plot, the drain field and the house plot surveyed on the plot. Mr. Turner already did the plot. I went to him doing in around about October, and he promised, but I think the planning commission, they don't want houses all over the county. So I mean, I just want to lighten up on this area so I can get it done. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, if you have a moment to touch base with this gentleman, just to see where his roadblock is, that would be wonderful. All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else like to speak?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Pamela Taylor. I live in Lake Landor community. been a true advocate for the HB 422 bill that went to the Senate yesterday, in which it did pass. I just wanted to say thank you for support from the board. And just see. So I just want to just briefly update you, which is the bill that passed yesterday on the Senate floor. It is a major victory for our residents, even though it does still have that reenactment clause. It doesn't mean we're going to stop fighting. We're going to continue to fight. I just want to let you know, with all the things that we've done to get this far to the Senate floor yesterday, I have made a personal Facebook page for our community so everybody can start sharing their stories. And another person in another county had did it too. And we came together, and the response from all these communities, all 37 communities, I mean, all the way to places I've never heard of that deal with aqua, we came together, we united. So all the emails and the senators, they said that the emails were just overwhelming. So we're reaching out, we're getting our stories together, and we're getting bigger and better. They see the support that we're doing here and what we're doing here, and what it's just showing them that somebody really cares. And it's great. So we're ready. We're ready for April 28th to go see the SEC, and we're not going to stop. We got this far. First time we got this far in 20 years, and we're not going to stop. And again, I just wanted to come here personally and say thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
could I say thank you to you and the communities, because, every letter they get, that's a voter. That's somebody that is now listening to you. So it was a wonderful idea. We can't do it all just by saying, we want you to look at this. So it's a great step to be proactive and help like that in a positive manner and get them what they need. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Good evening. My name is Melanie Lombardi, and I live in the Lake Landor community as well. I just want to piggyback off of what Pam has said tonight. I'm in the West Caroline district. As far as updates that she gave us, we still want to go back to the town hall that we had at Lake Landor. It was mentioned that more flushing was going to resolve the problem. We've not once had a flush. Why? From aqua. So that's very important to note, that since we've seen that CEO, the resolutions that he had called upon our community was that there would be more flushing. Since they haven't had any flushing, we're prepared to do more house sampling. We have a company who's willing to do half of the rate for what is normally $400 to do a state inspection of the water quality that's either at a home or a stream or wherever it's captured. So I just wanted to kind of get an eye on that point, is that they've not instructed Lakeland or the residents that there will be flushing. And I'm curious on when that's going to actually happen to help remedy what they feel is an outcome that would help us. So if anyone needs to know that information, I don't want to give it here, but please contact us through the United page on Facebook. I know you can't miss it because we've been very advocate on all the community boards to let everybody know how to reach us, or file a complaint with the SCC yourself, not Aqua, because the chances are they don't respond. Thank you.
Ms. Lombard. So what is, for the folks at home, what is the name of the Facebook United page?
United Against Aqua. There are many different ones also, but United Against Aqua is the page that Pam Taylor has created, and you will see me post a lot from there as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know if that microphone's gonna pick me up. Sorry, my cough's not contagious. Something from service connected. Had it 30 years. One of the, there's pretty much three issues I'd like to come.
Actually, if you would give us your name, if you're in a Caroline County voting district, that would be great.
My name's Mr. Darby, and I'm in Bowling Green County, just outside of here, within a mile here. I don't know what district that is.
Okay.
And then number one, individuals like myself that are especially spinal injuries that myself, I'm classified housebound, and pretty much at least half the year because of my personal breathing issue, I can't enjoy the same benefit as another citizen. And I'd like to that questions and answers can be over video. As from my home, I could ask a question and answer instead of be here in person because of my disability, I'm not able to make it in person majority of times. And there's a portion of the citizens within this county that can't do that. But the technology is there to do that. And number two, I'd like to compliment you on how I watched some of your previous videos, and it's a lot of hours. But in my research of things, of getting involved, I have to spend a lot of hours. Each one of your videos about 4 hours or so. And back with your school board of not writing a blank check, I'd like to compliment every one of you. And that you need to hold those purse strings, not just write a blank check, you need to hold those purse strings. And I've lived a personal experience back in the day where truckloads of sand, we had a $10 million school in my own small town up north where I grew up. And for every 4 to 6 loads that went in there, the contractor credited for 10. And these are the expenses that shouldn't happen. Also, I went and pulled the archives from Richmond from every architectural because I have a engineering degree. And later in life, I retired from the banking industry. So I understand finance and funding. And I would encourage you, and I think the funding could be there with very intelligent banking and financial practices, that when this school gets built here, the elementary school, instead of being a $40 to $50 million school, there is a benefit to going over that $100 to $125 million, which you save about 25% per square foot. And I think that could be a stable place to be. And I think we could increase your basis because of that. And more people are moving in, especially with the kids. It's all about the kids, even in my community, you know, where the kids can. And I believe population now that if you proceed for projected population just shortly down the road, and we should not be building these schools for a projection of a few years. We're building these schools to stand for 10, 20, and further year down the road projections. We don't want to be 10 years or 12 years down the road that this elementary school is already overpopulated. So if we spend the money now in a bigger bulk, we save at a 25% rate now for that future. And then I'd like to get to my last point.
Mr. Darby,
Yes, sir.
you need to be very concise because you're already over the 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but that's just what we have to hold the line on that. But
Okay.
yes,
And I'll make this one brief.
yes.
Sorry, and I'm long-winded. The third one is I've been communicating with the sheriff's department, and I was the victim of a hate crime on Main Street in Bowling Green because of my disability. And I had a investigator come to my house the next day or 2 days later. And some things came out of this investigator's mouth that I never thought I'd ever hear. I thought as if I was in an accident, and I just got T-boned of the thoughts. that were coming out of his mouth. He informed me that constitutional rights did not exist in Carolina County, and the words "good old boy club" came out. And when I asked him at the end for a business card, he says I was not worthy of a business card, and he was never coming back to my residence. So I filed a FOIA request. There was no report ever filed with this investigator. I talked to the sheriff, and he has informed me that on about 25% of the sheriff's county vehicles, especially all investigators, it's only a truth aspect to report where they've been. There is no GPS. There is no dash cams. There is no body cams. And in part of this investigation, at least one of these individuals is doing a private paid for side business using his county and gas and insurance vehicle.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Darby?
Yes,
your first
yes, sir.
name- I'm sorry, your first name was,
Darby, D-A-R-B-Y.
your first name is Darby?
Yes, yes,
And
sir.
your last name?
Is Barker like Bob.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Would anyone else like to step forward to have 3 minutes? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mark Sandor. I live down in Woodford. I think that's the West Mattapi district. I would just ask that we have a road problem on South River Road. There is a section that constantly floods and now it's potholed. If the county could talk to VDOT and get them to maybe move that up in priority. I mean, we just, or VDOT just rebuilt the bridge before, right at the intersection of Bath Road. A nice bridge, but yet there's about a half-mile road that really needs rehabilitation. And it constantly floods, so maybe there should be a culvert or something done also. That's all I ask is if there could be some follow-up with VDOT. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Or seeing none, I will close public comment. All right, on to our next item, item number 3, which is a proposed amendment to Chapter 93-1, Utilities, Schedule of Fees and Levies, and Chapter 112, Water of the Code of Caroline County. I assume it's Mr. Sheet.
Sir. Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tonight's public hearing is on the modifications to Chapter 93.1, the Schedule of Fees and Levies, and Chapter 11235, Management and Control of the Utility System. As we went over this, I'll try to summarize and add in the questions of the additional information from the last meeting, from the first reading. But the first one is the fire protection availability fee, and that is reinstating meter and implementing an availability fee for fire suppression connections based on meter size. This change will allow the county to monitor water usage, detect potential leaks in private fire suppression systems, and help offset the cost of construction and maintaining elevated water storage tanks. Mr. Black had asked for some additional information from other localities that provide the same service. So I went through and was able to provide the different ones of those same fees across that board. And I guess the one that's really notable, I would think, would be to answer a question that Mr. Forehand said, was James City County. They actually don't charge from 5/8 up to 3-inch, so they don't start their fees till 4-inch. So I know you had asked about smaller meter sizes, so that's always a possibility. We did advertise for all those fees, so the board would not be able to add additional fees, but could subtract or reduce any of these fees if they so choose. Is there any decisions or any questions on number 1 before we move to 2?
not that we have any of these in the county at current, a multi-building apartment complex. 4 or 5 buildings, residential sprinklers in them. So you're looking at probably a 4 or 6 inch main per building. 1 meter for the whole neighborhood, or is it by building?
So it's by building. Well, depends on how it's set up. So most of them, when it's multifamily dwellings, because it's one building, it's 1 meter for the facility. So if we look at Pendleton, for instance, that had 16 to 24 unit apartments over there that they had planned, they had 2-inch meters set off just for fire suppression in that location. So, and that would do 24 units.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Black?
Mr. Black?
The only thing I was confused on is the chart on the back of the first page.
Okay.
So, if you can explain that, it says Charlottesville 3455. I didn't understand where all these numbers were.
So that's just a continuation. Page 1 wasn't long enough to span all the way to the right, so I pasted it below. So it's the same inches that you see there. I could have removed the inches, but I split that graph in half.
Thank you.
So the 3444 would have been the cost for the 5/8 3/4 meter. Yes, sir. Number 2 is bulk water sales and establishing a one-time application fee. It was advertised at $290. Staff is recommending $100 and adjust the existing fees to better reflect the administrative effort required to manage bulk water program. The proposed schedule also includes a monthly permit fee of $48.80 and $18 per thousand. As you can see in the first row is Caroline County's current. We do not charge any application fee, and our monthly fee is $35, and the cost per thousand is currently $10. Any questions before I move to the next one?
Is that just an availability of 1,000? I mean, what are
So
we?
per thousand. So that's when you, as a bulk water hauler comes in, or a contractor.
Oh, hauler.
Yes, so this is for bulk water
Oh, I see.
haulers.
Sorry.
So
I
this
was
is.
still in sprinkler mode, my
Yeah,
bad.
no, everybody that comes in, they have to bring their truck in. We have to go out and inspect it to make sure it's got a backflow device. If it does, that it's been certified. If it doesn't, that it has an air gap. We take pictures and we have to do the permit process. So there's no fee to really recoup all that time. And opening and closing the hydrants, a lot of times we'll have the contractors go out and open the hydrant and they don't close it all the way. So it leaks in the bottom, we don't know it, you end up having to repair hydrants. So it is a costly program for us to do. And as you can see, the other localities are charging more for that same service. The third one is the Caroline Pines Capital Reserve Fee. And we would like to increase the monthly reserve fee to keep pace with the rising construction cost. The funds necessary infrastructure improvements, including the replacement of Shannon Mill Drive, the water main which runs there. We've had about 30 leaks there over the last 10 years. And if you say there's a leak in the system, 90% of our leaks are in Caroline Pines. So we know that is an area that definitely needs improvement. And we knew that when we took the system over that it was an aging system. So the board had established that service district so we could put a fee on there. Right now, construction costs are outpacing the amount of money that we can collect. So we do not have enough funds to do that. So right now, we are requesting that fee go from $20 to 24 cents to $25.07. And then there's an escalator that would continue through 2029 at $5 each year thereafter for July 1. Any questions before we move forward with the next one? All right, number 4 is a return check fee correction. We are codifying a procedure that we have put into place. We had advertised and approved a $100 return check fee. By state law, we can only charge $50. So we immediately instituted $50, and we're just codifying that $50 change in the ordinance. Number 5 is plan review and inspection fee update. So streamlining the inspection billing process by replacing the current cost plus 20% reimbursement method with a flat inspection fee of equal to 3% of the estimated construction costs for water and sewer utilities, payable prior to construction. If you look below, you'll see what the other localities around us do. Smaller localities that don't have a lot of construction, they don't really have any fees that we could see. So I don't know how they were. I did talk to a couple localities and they said, well, we don't have any real construction, so we don't charge any fees for that. But the ones that have revolving door, I mean, I've probably got one staff member that probably spends 3/4 of his time a week doing nothing but plan review and shuffling back and forth, working with the planning department. And that's not even his full-time job of just keeping up with plan review. And then we've got a full-time inspector that's on the job that's out there. So we've looked at it. Some localities actually charge by the foot. So if I was putting in a subdivision and had 4,000 feet of water line and 7,000 feet of sewer line, you would use that dollarly figure. That's actually a lot more than the 2, 3, or 4% that others are doing. Any questions on that before I move forward? All right, and the last one is a proposed modification to Chapter 112, the Water Section 35, Management and Control of the System. The first section would grant the director the authority to safeguard the county's water system from uses that may cause damage, create hazards, or otherwise adversely affect the system's operation. This section authorizes the director to impose reasonable conditions on water services, including limitation on the quality, type, or manner of water use to minimize potential impacts to the system. What this would allow us to do essentially is if you had somebody that had a concrete plant and was building large buildings and they were drawing a lot of water from our system, this would give me the authority to be able to say, we can only provide 100,000 gallons a day, that's all you can use, or whatever that number is, instead of them just sucking the system down where we end up in emergency. So it allows us to be able to control that. It also, if we had a greenhouse grower that uses a lot of water, it would allow us to be able to regulate how much water that they can use at any given time. So it gives us some of that flexibility we don't have. The second part establishes the public potable water shall not be used for data centers or similar facilities for permanent cooling purposes. This provision prohibits the use of the county's potable water system as a continuous cooling source. However, the director may authorize temporary, supplemental, or emergency use of potable water for cooling if such use is determined not to adversely impact the county's water system. So what that would allow us to do is be able to fill a one-time fill for a system if it had to be filled up. If the water was available, we can control how much they can use in a given day as they're filling that over a longer period of time. So it wouldn't be a direct impact to the county at one time, and would essentially say that Caroline County is not going to use its potable water for industrial cooling. And then the last section there, the third, provides that any applicant aggrieved by this decision of the director may appeal that decision to the Board of Supervisors by submitting a written request for appeal to the Department of Utilities within 30 days of the director's decision. So staff recommends that the board move forward with conducting the public hearing, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a clarification on the portable water down at the bottom. You said you could, if an emergency, could help out and the amount would be there, but it's not going to stop businesses from buying portable water from outside our system and having it hauled in.
No, no, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. Just wanted to get that out in the public that they could still buy it, have it brought in.
Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shebel, going back to number 3, the Caroline Pines Reserve, just want to hone in on that a little bit. The amount of funds that we're spending, they're not keeping up with the breakage. Is that a major focus? And then I want to ask you about what our end game is there, and will this get us there? You're indicating we're going to have increases over the next several years. So what is our end game?
Yes, sir. At the last meeting, I presented the report that we did for Caroline Pines when you and I went down and met with the Property Owners Association in September. And in there, one of the pages actually outlined the fees of replacing the individual roads within there over the next 30 years. And the goal is to increase that fee right off the bat to get us where we're actually putting money in the bank to be able to try to keep up past what the cost is to construct the project. So right now, we have not spent any of the money we have collected over the last, well, so the first 5 years we were in there, it was paying the availability fee. So from that point going forward, so the last 14 years, 13 years, we've been collecting money. That money's just sitting in the bank.
And that balance is about 600.
Almost $600,000 to date.
Right.
So that, right now, we're looking at about a $1.4 million project to take care of Shannon Mill Drive.
Right.
So there's not enough
That's
funds.
just one project.
That's just one. That's the
Right.
worst one. So in my office, I've got a board that's got a map of Caroline Pines.
Right.
And every time we have a leak, we poke a pin in it.
Right.
So we've got one that's blue for mains. We got one red, which indicates that it's a service line. So we're responsible from the service line from the main to the meter. The residence is responsible from the meter to the home. So we don't monitor the ones between the resident and the meter. They're not our responsibility, but we do keep up with the ones between the home or the meter and the main. So the idea is for us to start putting additional funds aside so that we can actually start designing that system and then eventually construct that. One of the ideas that we're looking at is possibly borrowing funds to try to replace that section now with the funds that we have, and then we would use those funds that are currently being collected to offset that debt service, so at least we can get that first project done. Again, 90% of my leaks are in Caroline Pines, and that one section from the tennis courts down to the end is the worst section in there that we have.
You might suggest, I was going to say that we need to talk about it, but I don't think we have enough funding to if we can borrow the money to pay the debt service and at least get that project moving forward. And then with the additional, and this is a 20% almost increase in the
So
fee.
we're going
So
from
we're gonna-
$20
to 25.
to 25, yes, sir.
Right. So I don't know what that increase is in dollars, but certainly it will then begin to build that fund back. So if we borrowed the money and had a debt service, we have the money to do the debt service. And it shows that we are moving forward, and we're now not having to, since that's a big area, not putting good money after bad money. We would fix the problem once and for all.
Correct.
So I would like to see a plan where we're moving, where we're fixing an issue and not having to go back constantly repairing, but replacing.
Absolutely, I agree. So one of the things that we've got is that we've asked for in the budget is funds to actually do the design of that water line. So at least we can have that piece done and then ready to go. And then once we have that and have a firm estimate from the engineers, we would work with the county's financial consultant to come back to the board and actually ask them to consider financing that piece, paying that off. And we'd have Mr. Rogers lay that all out before you. So we are working in that direction.
Do you have any idea of what the cost would be to do the study to see what that would cost?
The study for the
repair of Shannon Mill, the project, the project design.
So we're looking the design
Yeah.
about 200, about 180,000 is where we were at.
What I'd like to see is something like that. If we could pay that out of the balance.
That's the plan. That's
And
what we've
then
asked for
only-
funds to come out of that in the next budget.
Correct, and only finance the work. Okay,
Yes, sir.
we're on the same page.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank
Sounds
you, Mr.
great.
Hubel.
Thank you. No, I appreciate your time as we go to Caroline Pines and talk with them. So it really helps.
Absolutely. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Anyone else? All right, thank you, Mr. Sheep.
We need to conduct a public hearing.
Ms.
Yep.
I can see.
Mr. Chair, before we open the public hearing, it's noted in your packet, but procedurally, with respect to the amendments to Chapter 112, those were kind of generated after the first reading on Chapter 93-1 in discussions with you and staff. And so they were included in this public hearing, but you have not conducted an initial reading on the Chapter 112 amendments. You are entitled to proceed with a public hearing on both, but procedurally, under your rules of order, you would need to adopt a motion approving or a motion dispensing with the first reading for the amendments to Chapter 112 to include them with the public hearing today.
And to be clear, this is specifically the prohibition of using potable water for
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Yeah,
industrial cooling.
the last
Okay.
part of Mr. Schiebel's presentation about the first section giving director the authority to safeguard the county system, the second about the prohibition against potable water, and the third about the appeal rights. Those are the three changes being made to Chapter 112. You have not conducted an initial reading, again, because they were generated as part of the review process for the other section. So to proceed with the public hearing on both tonight, you would just need to adopt a motion dispensing with the initial first reading requirement for those provisions.
I guess my question is, if we do not move forward tonight with 112 and do both of them at the next meeting,
We would need to re-advertise.
we would need to re-advertise.
Yeah, and really the motivation here was to try to consolidate, run one ad,
Okay.
get them both before
Then,
you.
We can move,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Then,
Go ahead.
We need to conduct a public hearing.
Yeah, just
Yeah, go ahead.
the motion
Oh,
to,
make that one, sorry.
yes, and then we'll do the public hearing.
to forego the first read
Forego the first reading.
of chapter, section 112.
Yes, sir. Yep.
I'll second. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to forego the first reading of Chapter 112,
Yes, sir.
which is the prohibition of using potable water for industrial cooling purposes. Any other discussion before we vote? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that with all the discussion regarding data centers and water use, just want to make sure there's full transparency and people don't think we're sliding something through without giving an opportunity to speak about an issue that people are very passionate about, and the issue of groundwater and using potable water for data centers and ensuring, so giving people an opportunity so that they can't say that we slid that through without giving opportunity. So that was my rationale, just so the board understand.
And to clarify again, and for the record, what was advertised, it was both amendments. So this amendment has been advertised twice in the paper for a public hearing tonight. And so the only thing we're doing is, because it kind of came up in the deliberation process, we thought we would advertise them together, run one ad, and dispense with, again, the procedural requirement to give you a first reading, because we had already kind of discussed it with you when we were going through the 93-1 section, said, let's just get it straight to a public hearing. But again, that we have advertised publicly that both of those sections are going to public hearing tonight. But to proceed with the public hearing, you have to adopt the motion that's before you.
I just wanted to clear public perception.
Sure. Yes, sir.
To make sure there's full transparency.
But I can follow up. We're really codifying what's been the board's policy.
Yes,
Because we have always said
Always
we're
did
not
that,
going to
correct.
use public water for industrial cooling.
correct.
So whereas our policy says that, now we're actually going to codify that to make sure that's the rule.
Absolutely correct.
So just want to make sure that this is not sneaking anything through. It's reinforcing what we'd already said we were going to do.
I'm only dealing with people's perception.
Right.
And I'll actually add, it's,
That's why I wanted to repeat it again.
yeah, it's actually codifying the will of, I guess, 100% of the feedback regarding water. So it's, I've not heard an argument for using potable water. So I think this is a pretty 100-0 type issue. So anyway, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor with foregoing the first reading, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we are able to hold a hearing, our public hearing that does include the provision of not codifying not using potable water for any industrial cooling purposes long-term. So with that, we will go ahead and open up our public hearing. So anyone that would like to speak regarding these amendments to chapters 93-1 and Chapter 112 within the county code, please come on down. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Brent Hunsinger. I am with Friends of the Rappahannock. I am here tonight to speak in support of the proposed modifications to Chapter 112, specifically the modification that public potable water shall not be used by data centers or similar facilities for permanent cooling purposes. The provision prohibits the use of the county's potable water system as a continuous cooling source. I believe Spotsylvania County has also adopted a similar ordinance as well. Now that the county has been issued a permit to withdraw water from the Rappahannock River, we are glad to see efforts from the county to be wise stewards of that water. Challenges to water supplies are increasing due to increased demand from development, including data centers, changes in precipitation patterns due to climate change, and contaminants such as forever chemicals, PFAS. I remember 5 years ago introducing myself in front of this body when I said that there would be times we agreed on things and times when we would not agree on things. And we have certainly experienced both throughout the last few years. As we move forward, I look forward to continuing working with you all and the county staff on all water-related issues, including the creation of regional water supply plans. I understand that these cost money, and to that end, we are working with our partners in Richmond. We're getting to the end now, but we're hoping to get additional funds to fund those regional water supply plans included in the state budget. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you will support the proposed modification. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to come down and speak on this public hearing? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Pat Calvert. I work for American Rivers. I'm the Director of Conservation for Virginia. And I just want to applaud you for taking this. I don't think you're pulling any fast ones by anybody. I think you've done due diligence, and I appreciate that the body is recognizing the value of water for your constituents over the needs of the wealthiest industries in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Leslie Ann Hammond, and I serve as the York River Steward. I am here to speak in support of the proposed modifications to Chapter 112, Water Section 35, specifically the modification that public potable water shall not be used by data centers or similar facilities for permanent cooling purposes. Challenges to water supply are an evolving issue due to increased demand from development, including data centers, as well as natural stressors like changes in precipitation patterns. With many data centers proposed for areas of the York watershed, this causes strain on an available water resource. This ordinance provides a level of assurance that this resource will be protected for all of its users. Moving forward, I look forward to working together to support the water supply needs for Caroline County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you will support the proposed modification.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else like to speak? Anyone? Hello again.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
I didn't know it did that, Mr. Sheep. We're getting high tech here.
Nice. Just basically a question, maybe not a statement, is how does, and it might be something that you could answer, but I'll speak it. How does a industry that requires water, that is cooling these computers, and if they have an emergency leak, is there a provision in there so that they can still maintain and get a emergency water and portables just truck? Or is that by pipeline? So if there's like an emergency issue, is there something that the county is allowing? Say there's an emergency issue, you know, any number, say they lost 10,000 gallons and they only have a choice between shutting down these computers, or if there's a emergency permit or application that they need to do that has a certain time frame to keep these computers running.
I will, my understanding, and I will just clarify this. any other questions probably should be taken with Mr. Shebel, but my understanding is that for emergency purposes, if they fix the leak and they need to top their system back off again, yes, it would be allowable for that. Or they can have a third party bring in a truck to fill the system up. It's completely fine.
And then are they allowed to grab portable water from another county that's coming in by truck?
We control
Outside of this
We
jurisdiction?
control our county and not to,
Yeah.
not to be curt, anything else like that. We don't normally engage in a Q&A.
Okay.
That's generally for something like that specifically done with a department head or with a supervisor by email, and not in a public forum.
Okay.
Right, if that makes sense.
That's fine. And then, from my understandings of the data centers, they're a mixture of water. They're a mixture of a coolant and a water system. And, they're not straight water. And sometimes these systems got to be different percentages between summer and winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this public hearing? Anyone else? All right, well, seeing none, we will close our public hearing. And with that, Mr. Shebel, you are
Yes, sir.
looking for a vote?
I will just clarify that statement. Question, I guess, is there is a way for them during emergencies to be able to do that. Right now, our water quality is not of the softness that they like. So right now, 2 of the facilities that are going to be built in the county are actually going to haul in all of their water to make sure that they get the quality they need so it doesn't corrode inside of their water pipe. So don't know what they would do in the future or if there was an emergency. Each building does have a tank of around 280,000 gallons that'll be on each facility. And well, that's on if that's all they were using was cooling water. So the ones in AWS's building, each individual building will have its own nurse tank that'll be there just for that building for an emergency. But the ones that are being built elsewhere in the county, they're all air cooled or have that closed loop. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, well, thanks for that clarification. Any questions for Mr. Shebel? Okay. How would we like to address this?
Move for the adoption?
Was that a motion?
Adopt you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Thomas, second from Ms. Long, to accept all items 1 through 5? Or is there?
And then chapter 112.
1 through 5 and yes, and then
1 through
112.
5, and then the addition of chapter 112. So
Section
all
35.
inclusive.
Section 35.
Okay, that is the motion according to Mr. Thomas. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then we have adopted items 1 through 5 and the modifications to chapter 112.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Shebel. All right, our next item, number 4, unfinished business. An ordinance to amend the Caroline County subdivision ordinance related to family subdivisions and classifications of subdivisions, and the procedures and requirements for subdivisions review and approval, utility lots, consistency with enabling acts by adding a new section, exempt divisions, and by amending, deleting, and adding provisions within the following sections: definitions, administration and enforcement, procedures for making and recording plats, general regulations, approval of plats, effectual changes, and appendix certificates required. So it's a mouthful. Mr. Hughes.
It is. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So as you recall, back on December 9th, we had a public hearing on these matters, subdivision changes to the the subdivision ordinance required by the Code of Virginia. And so just briefly, the subdivision ordinance has been updated to reflect those required changes. And so in addition to the changes, we added a couple of definitions, utility lot, immediate family definition, removing aunts and uncles from the definition of immediate family, and then the addition of a family subdivision definition that was not currently defined. And so the major discussion at the last meeting was about the proposed amendments to the family division provisions of the subdivision ordinance. There was the addition of the Section 8 exemptions, which address family divisions. And so you can see on this slide, I just updated it to identify the items that were added to the ordinance since the December meeting. And so the major items were a limit on the number of divisions, prohibits future family divisions, establishes a minimum lot size of 25 acres in the resource sensitive overlay district, and a couple of other items. So, Mr. Sadler, can you post the board packet, please?
Bottom. Bottom.
And if you would go to page 3. There we go. So since the December 9th meeting, and after having consultation with board members, the red line version is what you see on the screen. And most notable, it says that the parent tract shall maintain a minimum lot size required in the RP zoning district, which is 10 acres. And then we struck the or half size of the original lot size, whichever is less. So that essentially means that now the parent parcel of a family subdivision must maintain the minimum lot size of 10 acres. We've added the language there in D that notes that the minimum lot size in a resource sensitive overlay district as identified in the comprehensive plan shall be 25 acres. Oh. There we go. And so then there's just numbering changes there. The items you see here were in the last version of the ordinance. And then item I is to be eligible to divide a parcel for a member of their immediate family. The property owner must have owned the parcel for a minimum of 5 years prior to the proposed division. No previous transfer under this provision has been granted to the grantee in Caroline County. So that essentially means that if I purchase a parcel, I have to hold it for 5 years before I'm eligible to use the family division provision. Continuing on, in I, we actually combined the last sentence from I think what was previous independent clause. It says, any division of land created as a family subdivision shall not be voluntarily transferred for at least 10 years, except as provided in the exempt section of this ordinance. And that simply means there's a provision there for the board to grant exceptions if you so choose. And then we added to this item I, the deed shall include a covenant that prevents the transfer of the parcel prior to the 10-year holding period. So here we just added some numbers for clarification there. We made it clear that you would have 25, 26, or 21A stone for your driveway access. And then under M, it's a requirement that a road maintenance agreement in the form approved by the county attorney must be recorded that includes each proposed and any future parcels that may use the access drive. The expense and responsibility for maintaining the road within the development shall be paid for by and borne by the owners, the lot owners. N notes that each lot must front on an existing state maintained road or be served by an access easement to an existing state maintained road. Yeah.
Can we go back up to N for a second?
Yeah, it's kind of split there, but yeah. David, are you able to scroll down some? So there we go.
From the second sentence, no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on N, and it says no extensions off of this easement to adjacent properties are permitted unless the owner can demonstrate no other means of access to a state-maintained road exists, at which time a waiver can be requested. I don't know that I understand that. I think I know what we talked about.
Mhm.
But my concern, I mean, we need to revisit this, because I'm not sure this captures what's really going on.
So this provision just simply does not allow someone to use an existing easement. So if a parcel cannot gain an easement to a state maintained road on its own, it is not permitted to use an existing easement to get to that state maintained road. So it prevents, easements from allowing lots to proliferate on existing easements.
It goes on to say that you can get a waiver through whoever is in that office at that time. And I think we've had some issues over time over who's been granted what. And I'm looking to close that loophole.
You can certainly strike it and make it an exception clause.
Mr. Hughes, is the access to a public roadway not identified or not required when they create the lot in the first place?
Not under the current ordinance.
I think it should be. So let's
Yeah,
add
but that's the purpose of this clause, because under the way it's set up now, if I had a parcel that doesn't have road frontage and my adjoining parcel has an existing easement, if I could get to that easement, then I could use that easement. I could use someone else's
But
easement.
isn't an easement specifically, isn't that I guess a deeded easement is specifically for a specific parcel and not an easement for other people to borrow?
Not always. There are non-exclusive
I've
easements.
got this exact problem in my district in 2 places.
Yeah.
And the neighbors are having a fit because they're using an easement that was not specific to that piece of property.
Right.
But they said it's an easement.
And it was a non-exclusive easement, meaning that,
I'd like to take you to some easements and show you what I mean, because
I know what you mean.
they're endless and they become roadways more than easements, and getting them maintained and cutting off people's ability for what they intended to use for, this causes real issues.
I think he's trying to prevent it moving forward, but
Except
if we
that they can go
oh, you want to strike the waiver?
because the waiver goes to somebody in an office.
Right.
It doesn't. And do we?
You did say you could make it.
These are going to be battles.
But no, it can work though, Mr. Chair, if I could. In my town, there is a road. But of course, it's been there forever. And forever it has been shared by the 2 properties. It goes in, one house is here, one house is there, and they just share
Same
it.
easement.
It's the same easement through, and it's platted, and it's on both plots of the property. But I think it has to be, like you said, Clay, if somebody has a piece here, there has to be a recorded agreement that they can come in and get to a state road, but they also have to, we probably in this day and age should have it agreed that road maintenance is shared. Because if not, you'll have somebody going in and out and tearing up and making their neighbor mad. But it can work if it's worded right. I mean, it's worked in Port Royal for 100 years. But you have, in this day and age, I think you have to have it recorded on there.
I mean, right, and
That's one thing.
I've got plenty of quote unquote easements that get battled over. And this is just so open, it's not, I don't think it's good for anybody.
Well, here's a scenario, and Mr. McKenzie, lend an ear here. If a parcel was created at some point in the past with the assumption that it borders an existing easement that might not be deeded to that parcel, an open easement, and I didn't know that was a thing. I thought they were all deeded. But if that lot was created with that easement in mind for access, if we don't have an exception process, then we've effectively landlocked that, and then that will definitely go to court because we've basically essentially restricted access to someone's property. Am I summarizing that accurately?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you're touching on a couple of the kind of numerous complexities when it comes to this easement issue. I mean, I think without going into too much detail, we can zoom out a little bit on easements and the way easements are created. And these are just the legal terms, but you have appurtenant easements and easements in gross. And appurtenant easements are the ones that apply to the land. Easements in gross are ones that go with individual peoples. And I don't think we really need to worry about those. We're talking about easements in gross, I mean, appurtenant easements. And when you have those, you have what's called the dominant estate and the servient estate. So in an appurtenant easement, you say, okay, the dominant estate is the one benefited by the easement. So it's the person that gets the easement to benefit their property. So in your example, Mr. Chair, that would be the property that's receiving the access through the other property. And the serving estate is the one that has the easement going over it.
Someone else to use it.
Yes, they're the one that usually they're the ones getting paid, right? They're the ones that are giving up a right to this other property. And so I think the issue here is a concept that's often called overburdening the easement. So when you have an easement created, it's oftentimes, again, one parcel talks to their neighbor and says, hey, can I get an easement across your property so I can get to the road? And they say, sure, that's fine. And they stick it in the record. Now it runs with the land. And as time goes on, I think what Mr. Seeley has observed is those easements, the use of those easements get expanded. So what was once an easement serving a 100-acre farm, that farm gets divided and turned into more parcels. Instead of having one person using the easement, you have all of the owners of those parcels using that easement. At some point, the servient estate owner, the property owner over whose land the easement travels, starts to think, wait a minute, this isn't the deal that was struck, and that is generally a private right of action. And again, it's called overburdening the easement. It said, look, I gave you an easement to access your farm, but if you sell your farm to make a shopping mall, not everyone can use that easement for that. So that's just a quick primer. So now I think when we're talking about this section 8N here, but the question we're trying to answer is, when, we have to zoom in on this is when planning is being asked to approve a family subdivision, what are the requirements for that family subdivision? And so in this case, we're saying, okay, one of the many requirements to approve a family subdivision is that each lot must either front on a state maintained road or be served by an access easement to an existing state maintained road that's 50 feet wide. And no extensions off this easement to adjacent properties are permitted unless the owner can demonstrate no other means. So what I think we're trying to ascertain is whether you want to allow that waiver provision in family subdivisions, or if you want to say, no, it's a full stop. If you don't have access to a road or your own easement that is for your new lot, not shared with somebody else's existing easement, an easement dedicated to you, then you don't meet the conditions for a family subdivision. Is that right? And then, so that's kind of where we stand. And then the question is whether you want to give the discretion to grant a waiver for that in certain circumstances. But again, this is just to create a family subdivision. You
Okay,
know?
so it's not addressing a current issue. This is addressing any new lot. Any
Correct. A new family
family-
subdivision lot.
All right, that makes me feel a lot better because I don't think that we should allow the exception process. If you simply don't have access to a state road, I think that should stop the process. That's just 1/6 of the opinion of the board, but that's just what it is. It's mine, so.
16.7.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with that because the issues that I'm running into are really complicated.
And the exception process, in my mind, could potentially extend that issue to another person.
It does.
And we don't want that. I mean, I can't imagine
That's what I'm trying to
I have an
prevent.
easement across my property and then someone divided a 100-acre parcel behind it. And then now I have 10 houses using that easement that used to be one.
Well, that could only be 7 because we're limiting it.
7, but still more
Right,
than
right,
more
right.
than one.
Right.
Uh,
And that's what's taking place.
okay.
And
I know where
I
I
can
stand.
live without the easement. But what we need to do is make sure that those pieces of property that do get to have access to a state road, that they have a driveway, a good driveway to get in and out of, that they maintain. How many times we have people buy a house back with a group of
No road maintenance agreement.
no
nothing.
road maintenance agreement, nobody wants to buy gravel.
And they come to the county wanting us to pay
And
it.
they want us to pave the road because they didn't put an
Well, that
agreement
leads me
on gravel. So
To paragraph Q.
So can we?
Can we
Mr.
do
Stevens,
Go
one
ahead,
at a
Can we,
time?
can we go through it? Because I think
That's
some of the
fine.
questions that you're raising will be answered, so we can, I think we'll address them.
So you made notes on what we've talked about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Your notes. Yes. Okay. So, picking up it in. So in the previous, the December 9th version, this language here was stricken and then added to the previous paragraph about the deed, the holding period. So it just moved up. It didn't go away. So talked about it earlier. A family subdivision lot may be transferred. We had it corrected a typo there. This is in the case of death of a grantee or court order. A notarized affidavit affirming the immediate family relationship shall accompany each application. Each application. And then the next provision says the plat shall contain a note that lots are served by a privately maintained road that will not be maintained by the state or county.
Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
Can you bring the mic closer to you? I'm having a hard time hearing.
Sorry. Will not be maintained by the state or county. Any cost necessary to bring the road to a condition qualifying it for acceptance as part of the secondary system shall be the responsibility of.
So that was my next comment on this. Why are we taking this is a family subdivision, and now we're taking the road to being a public road, and what that takes when it starts out is this is a family subdivision, and then we're kind of saying any cost necessary to bring the road to qualify for acceptance in the secondary system. I don't know that we should be advertising you can take your private road that you did for your family subdivision to a secondary road.
Yeah.
This isn't a developer. These are family subdivisions. That's my point with this is for family subdivisions. This isn't part of the general development. You're doing a family subdivision and you've got to maintain your road, and then we turn around in the next sentence, in the next paragraph, in the second sentence and say, if you want it to be a state maintained road, like that's an option, which is really difficult, this is what you got to do. And this is where I think we get in trouble.
And
This is a family subdivision ordinance.
agreed.
So, Mr. Seeley, can I just bring some
It
context?
addresses an issue that's come to us before.
Exactly right.
It kind of heads it off at the past, where we had people that have 4 or 5 people living down a long driveway that have come to us and say, hey, we want to put this road into a secondary system because we're tired of the potholes and the muddy road and things like that.
I'm glad you said that, because I just got an email 2 months ago on this very situation. There are 3 houses now built on this basically family subdivision road that the county's told them they have to put a road sign in, and they have to move their mailboxes off of Sparta Road onto this private road because there's more than 3 houses. Well, now there's 4. There'd been 3, had been like that for 7 or 8 years. The 4th house went up, and they got a letter from the county. So now we're telling them, this is why I'm sort of stuck in this sort of revolving door, is we just did this to somebody.
Those situations are
You and
different.
I talked about this.
Yes, but that situation is an addressing issue. That has nothing to do with the family division. The situation
Yeah,
you're
but
talking about.
it's another road because a 4th house was built on a private road.
The road exists. The address was, that house was addressed off of Sparta Road. The road was built, and the house does not sit on Sparta Road. The house sits off the private road. And so his address needed to change for 911 purposes because he's addressed on Sparta. The 911 services are going to go to Sparta and not down the road to his house.
And
So
I
that's
agree
why
with
that
you,
was-
except that the address given to those houses, the addresses go down Sparta Road, 2100, 2200, 2300, 2400. They're in like the 2300, and we give them a 1900 address on their private road. And if you go to Google Maps, it doesn't exist.
It may not exist in Google Maps, but it exists in our 911 system. And so the public safety, there's not a public safety issue from that perspective. And we don't control Google Maps. So
But if you put Sparta Road in, they'll get something from Amazon.
they will get something.
No, they won't get anything from Amazon because it's not in Google Maps, and I'm dealing with this. And here we are putting in, you can do, there's just a mismatch here of what's going on, and we're living it.
I think you're mixing apples and oranges here.
One of those is, but isn't the family subdivision different than your issue because that's someone building a house on?
They subdivided these off as a family subdivision in the 70s or the 80s.
Should it make a difference? Aren't they the same? If there's 3 houses on a road, if you want to bring that road into the county system, you have to do it.
Right, that you have to upgrade it to the standard.
But
But I mean,
what I'm saying is,
that's for anything.
That's for anybody.
right, but we're forcing them, we force them to put in a road.
The family subdivision.
Right, we forced them to put in a road. And in this day and time, it doesn't go to Google Maps. They were happy with their Sparta Road address. They were forced out of it because of 911. And then we have this, and so where are we? And this is the circle that I'm stuck in.
No,
I think they're 2 different things.
yeah.
How are they 2 different? This is all spawned from a family subdivision that we're now saying is a private road. We're calling it a private road. They didn't.
If it's taken into the state system, it's now a public road.
But it's not in the state system. It is.
Well, it's not a public road.
Right.
No, and if they bring it in the public system, then there's different rules for it, and they're all happy to not have it in a public system.
Right, so they live with what happens in non-public system. They plow their own snow. They do all the other stuff to maintain.
And they give up the ability for anybody to find them in Google Maps. So.
But that family
have we done?
subdivision was put in under old
It is
rules.
because we forced them to have, because the
Gotta have access.
Yeah, but we can't, I mean, we can't
Okay.
say Google Maps did something to somebody.
No, I'm saying the result of what we've done, because they were happy with their Sparta Road address.
So they don't have the Sparta Road address anymore, Mr. Hughes?
They don't.
What's their address now?
Whatever they named that street. And the issue was when that house, it was a single house that could have a Sparta Road address. It was off the road at the, essentially at the
Long driveway.
long driveway.
Then they built two more
addition-
houses.
Exactly.
Now they got enough houses to be a real road.
But they're not even a real road. It's still a private road.
I
They're
mean,
just,
but they have enough houses to name a road.
yes, and there are additional addresses there. And so
So they
the
named
address changed in the 911 system so that that house could be located.
If this were any one of us,
No, they named their own road, and then eventually Google
they,
does catch
they
it.
didn't want to, they wanted to keep their Sparta Road addresses, all of them.
But,
We told them they can't.
but they got to conform to the
Yeah,
system.
you can't do that based on
Yeah.
911. Can't, unless you're gonna be 112 Sparta Road, 112A, 112B.
That's not an option. What I'm saying is, so we're gonna put this in here, and it's a private road, but we're gonna tell them that they can become a state road. Okay, we're gonna
If
face
they
this
meet the
everywhere.
if they,
And we don't have,
They
and
wanna
we
pay
don't have the
for it.
money, once they bring it, the
We don't
gravel
have
to
the
state
Yeah, that-
standards.
We never have to have the money.
yeah, that's not up to us.
It's,
Doesn't the
they
state have to
bring it.
accept this road under rural roads
No.
when they wanna become one?
Absolutely not.
And
Then
we
why
could-
did Nancy, then why are we adopting all these roads from rural rustic to state roads?
Because they qualify. They qualify to be state roads. They meet the standards. They don't have to be.
But they've gotta build the road to the state standard to be accepted.
That is
Yes.
correct.
That's correct.
And so in the
Mr.
situation,
Seeley.
Mr. Seeley, in the situations you're talking about, the county is making a conscious decision through its secondary 6-year plan, through public funds, to build roads for private citizens. In those situations that you're addressing, those roads that are coming in through the rural addition system, that is public money that is going, someone made a conscious decision years ago to build on a private road. They come to the county and say, hey, can we get our road into the system? We've done X, Y, Z amount of improvement. They come to us, VDOT goes and looks at it and says, okay, it'll take, let's say $100 to bring this road into the system. We spend $100 of public funds to bring that private road into the system. That's how that rural addition system kind of works. In this scenario, this is just simply saying, if you build a house on this private road and you at some point want to have it come into the state system, and this happens usually 20 or 30 years from now, when the people who may not have even been involved 2 or 3 generations from now, they have the means to bring a road into the system. They donate the right of way, they fund the construction, and then the VDOT will take it into the system. So this is making it clear, because if this is not in the ordinance, then people start to show up and ask us, hey, how do I get my road in the system? Which happens a lot now. But
And
this just
I-
makes it clear that the county or the state are not going to pay for it. Don't ask us for rural addition funds to bring your road into the
And-
system.
Mr. Chair, while you all talk, I'm gonna go on. I have a personal example of this in, my property, and that the field was divided into lots. And a road was put in, and it started out as just a road, and then it got gravel, got hard topped. It has the culverts, it met the state standards. The lots were sold, the people put in their houses. Once there were, is it 4 houses? I think it's 4 houses on that road. They could apply to the state, to have the state inspect the road. If it met standards, they could apply to take it in. That road now has a name. Those houses now have numbers. That was the people, that was the process. It didn't affect anything else. They have houses. I want them to have a good driveway. I don't want them driving through the field. I want them to have access to a nice road. And I think this is going to help, leaving this in, I think is going to help solve what Mr. Seeley is going through now. Because when they bought the property, they knew that we were going to have to upgrade that road to get it into the state. That was an agreement. So if they do a family subdivision, they've got to put in at least a good solid gravel road. If they want anything more than that, they have to pay for it. That's what developers do when they do subdivisions. They have to pay for those roads to put them in. So I don't think it's gonna, I think a lot of the problem that you're having, Mr. Sealy, is from the old ordinance. I think this would have saved that because they would have had to have a road.
Well,
if
we
they were
still
part of
don't make a family
subdivision.
subdivision. We don't make them put in a state standard road.
No, but they have to at least put in a hard top, a hard
Okay.
what is it,
6
or 8
inch, yeah, that
inch
was, we
road,
were
which
from,
is what we
from
used
what
to
we
have
got.
in the country all the time with gravel driveways. But they could upgrade if they wanted to. So I think, I don't have a problem with that one.
Okay.
Where were we?
We're at Q. So R is, excuse me, next one. The plat shall contain a note that ingress and egress easements for public emergency vehicles is hereby granted to Caroline County for all private roads, lanes, or streets on the plat. And then this is your exception clause. If the board finds that an extraordinary hardship is being caused by the 5-year or 10-year restriction, it may reduce the time period to alleviate the hardship. This hardship provision shall be noted on the plat or in the deed. And then the additional item added to the exempt section is utility lots. And a utility lot is a lot simply to allow the installation of utilities, create a small parcel for telecommunications facilities, well lots, pump stations, any of those types of uses. So, and those were the changes made to the subdivision or Section 8 exempt section based on you all's comments from the December 9th meeting, in addition to the other things. And I will say, I'll go back because I think Ms. Long touched on it. I kind of went over it pretty quickly. So here you have the item K, the creation of 3 or more lots requires an access drive for lots to be constructed with a base of 6 inches of 25, 26, or 21A stone, with an entrance paved for 25 feet from the edge of the public road. So essentially, it's a low volume subdivision driveway. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
We got more sections to go through, don't we? Or
No,
is that
ma'am, unless
just
you want to
this?
go back and go through the changes that were required by the state code, we can certainly do that. But those are changes that were essentially, we have to make because of changes to the code that went into effect on July 1 of last year.
So did we already do the minimum and maximum lots acreage and size?
We did.
So how come it's in my packet today? Now I'm really confused.
It should be the 3rd page in your packet. Where the exempt section was moved up front. So it's item D. on
Yeah,
page-
I know where that, I'm looking at the first couple of pages where it talks about the requirements for the, being a family subdivision, the size and the exceptions, that type of thing.
Mhm.
If we had discussed those. Right. So in the board packet, Leon, we've got the summary on our first page.
Mhm.
I don't know if you have that in there. Then we have the parent parcel. Can we look at that next section just to make sure that Go
Sure.
through that one for me one more time.
Sure. So these are, this is the regular subdivision ordinance now. So the exempt section would be the last section in the ordinance. Okay, it will be section 8. Right now, there's 7 sections. What we just talked about for the family divisions will become section 8 exempt divisions. So now we're back at the beginning of the subdivision ordinance, which starts with section 2, which is the definitions. And so as you can see, these changes were precipitated by, like I said, changes to the Code of Virginia that took effect on July 1, 2025. And so this is related to the bond. We've added letter of credit of the estimated cost of constructing, facilitated, dedicated public use for these section of development in a form approved by the county attorney. That's just clarifying language of what has to be as a part of the bond. We here related to immediate family divisions, we have changed the definition of immediate family. Any person who is natural or legally defined offspring, stepchild, spouse, sibling, grandchild, or grandparent, or parent. This is a reduced definition for what is allowed by the Code of Virginia. The Code of Virginia allows aunts and uncles to be included. So we have further restricted availability of family divisions with a change in the definition.
Say that again. You said the code did not allow aunts and uncles?
It does. The state code of Virginia says you may include aunts and uncles.
Why are we not including aunts and uncles like the state code?
Because we voted no.
Because the goal was to reduce the ability to create family divisions.
It's killing me,
And so it opens up, it creates a lot more eligible.
killing me.
It is.
No, it
it's
gives more
lots.
sellable lots because they subdivide them, they sit on them for 5 years and then they sell them. It's a way to create a subdivision.
Originally, it was 10 years.
Oh.
We went back to 10. Made it a hardship only to change. That would be the difference. I'm all for helping families out. In Virginia, here we got a lot of aunts and uncles.
But families aren't coming back anymore. That's not what, this is becoming a way to make a subdivision. Especially where there's a lot of land, which happens to be in most of my district.
Don't we still have the right to do a auxiliary building like a guest house or something like that on the lots?
In the RP district, you can do a family apartment. Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
So then we asked for the removal of aunts and uncles. That was our issue, correct?
That's
I think
part
we
of
said that last time.
Yeah, that's part of the issue with creating additional lots, is that that expanded definition made more people eligible to receive a lot.
You got grandchildren and grandparents, but you won't include aunts and uncles. What?
Remember, you still have the ability, the main subdivision owner could still do a guest house or a auxiliary building.
Family apartment.
Family apartment, thank you. So if they needed to, if they
Family
did,
apartment's not a new house.
no, it would be,
Right.
it would
It can
be,
be. It can be if you
It
have
can be
acreage, you can build a
freestanding.
family apartment. The issue we have with the family apartment definition right now, it's restricted to 1,000 square feet. And so, and that was based on the years ago when you could get a single wide trailer mobile home at 1,000 square feet. Now, the minimum is upwards of 1,200 square feet. So, but you could build,
you could build a mother-in-law's house or a guest house, I
you could
thought.
build a
But we
A
could
small
up the
guest
size
house.
of the secondary structure to 1,250 square feet or 1,300 square feet.
But it would still be on the same
You could
lot,
do
so
that.
you're not
And it would be,
creating a
it'd still be
separate lot.
considered an auxiliary structure.
Do you have any idea how many kids in the county are living with an aunt and uncle? I mean, you wouldn't have it, but it's a rhetorical question. There's
So
quite
you
a
build
few.
it on the same lot.
I actually had possession of a couple of my nieces for a while back. It would have been the same thing.
But by allowing a mother-in-law suite or accessory building on the same master or the primary first lot or whatever you call it on a family subdivision, they would still have a place to stay, but you would not be creating a second lot.
Right, so now I
So-
create a non-conforming lot because it's got two houses on it, but I can't get rid of it.
No, because it's allowed to have a second. So it's still conforming to the regulations, or wouldn't be able to be built, is the way I'm looking at it.
It's not family friendly. That's all I have to say. That's not your fault. That's our fault right now. So I got stepchild, but I don't have aunt and uncle. I mean, come
Continue.
on. But and I got spouse. I'm gonna build a house for my spouse.
So this,
Hello. Okay, it sounds stupid when I say it, right? I mean, well, why is spouse there? I'll trade spouse for aunt. Because there's a whole bunch of people. There's a whole bunch of people living with their aunt. I lived with my aunt. Okay.
but this definition is just to establish the parameters for creation of family division lots. So
I agreed with everything else except this part. So now it's my turn to say, I don't think this is good. That's all I'm saying. I'll trade spouse for aunt. Why would spouse be there? I'm not even going to touch an answer for me, but you answer.
there are many reasons why it's possible. I mean, so property can be transferred between husband and wife via this provision. I mean, I had a strange situation once where a couple did this, and then shortly after they got divorced, and one spouse had a parcel, another spouse had a parcel. I don't know if that was premeditated or not, but that's the way it turned out. They created the parcels, and shortly thereafter they got divorced.
Okay, so I'm going to build a house in the back for my spouse. Perfectly fine.
This is not building a house. This is to create a parcel.
I'm creating a parcel in the back for my spouse. Okay?
Mhm.
After I do that, because it says it's okay, I now have a family subdivision that I could sell. Oh, I'm gonna wait 5 years and I can sell it.
So under the new provisions,
Whatever. I got a heart condition. I'm selling it tomorrow. If you want to game the system, you're gonna game the system.
Mr. I'm sure you're exactly right.
Put something in there that's really family friendly. That's what we're all about. You know, this county is about family, and we need to take care of families and go from there. If there are issues where people are gaming the system in Mr. Seeley's district, let's look at those. But somebody in Dawn, Woodford, wherever else, they may live with their aunt. Their parents may have been killed and they're with somebody else. They may be adopted by a family member. But I got spouse and I don't have aunt or uncle. Make it make sense. Am I wrong? Okay, I just want to, just be reasonable. The state code says aunt and uncle, right?
Yeah, that's what I, you know me too well. I'm coming up here with the state code. So again, the family subdivision provisions, there are certain mandatory requirements under the state code. And so with our subdivision ordinance, based on population growth, have to require family subdivisions. It says, for the purposes of this section, a section about family subdivisions, a member of the immediate family is defined as any person who is a natural, legally defined offspring, stepchild, spouse, sibling, grandchild, grandparent, or parent of the owner. In addition, any such locality may include aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews in its definition of immediate family. So the mandatory definition of immediate family is that first group. And then you have the discretion to add the individuals Mr. Thomas is
I heard
asking about.
may.
Yes, sir.
I heard
Yep. Mhm. But I guess what the point is that we couldn't do a swap. You can certainly add aunts and uncles, but you've got to include spouses. But this is the General Assembly. This
Oh, I
is,
wasn't
yeah.
really serious about the trade.
Yeah, okay.
Unless they said yes. You okay with on
I can work on the
That's what we did. That's what we said. We got a medal. Arch. We got an arch. Back. I got it. 10 years. Back at 10 years? Back at 10 years, right?
Mr. McKenzie,
Yes, sir.
since the state code puts the may word in there, if we have the option or if we can do this, what is the likelihood of someone challenging our version with a hard stop, saying that this is our definition, yet state code says that it's permitted if we agree? Is there any legal challenge there to our language?
No, your language that this language tracks with the baseline requirements of the state code, and then it's up to the board as to whether to expand it to include those additional family members, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews. But as long as you track what the state code requires, then you don't have any legal issues. It's just a question of whether you exercise your discretion. Take
Are
advantage.
other localities struggling with rural localities? Is their language the state language?
It depends. So in your packet, there was a chart that showed you
I didn't see that.
how other localities deal with this issue. So of the 9 jurisdictions that we looked at, let's see.
What page is that, Mr. Hughes?
It's under your attachment D section, supplemental data.
Okay, I didn't see that. Okay.
So Hanover has everyone included.
You say everyone, you mean?
Everyone that's allowed through the code. Aunts, yes.
Okay.
Spotsylvania does not have aunt, uncle, niece, or nephew. Essex does not have aunt, uncle, niece, or nephew. King William does not have aunt or uncle, but they allow niece and nephew. King and Queen does not have aunt, uncle, niece, or nephew. King George does not have aunt, uncle, niece, or nephew. Louisa has everyone included, and Stafford has everyone included.
Okay.
King George's rule.
King George doesn't have it.
What was the other one? Hanover. Yeah. Louisa and Hanover, their rule.
Yeah, I think we should leave it.
Mr. Hughes?
I just take a directive. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hughes, someone has a family subdivision and there is a hardship and they want to bring in, not that I have no idea how we would police this, but if they wanted to bring in their aunt or their uncle or, whatever is allowed in the state code, could they come in and request a hardship permit or a special request to allow it due to certain circumstances?
Yeah, there's a provision. Let me see.
And can you levy a provision that they have to build a house in 18 months? We don't have to answer this tonight because this isn't
So
going
you can,
anyplace.
I mean, this is an ordinance that you have great latitude. You can do whatever you guys really choose to do, and I think that's kind of
That's the problem.
well. But like I said, when we started this, as many counties as there are in Virginia, there are different family division provisions. I just showed you the 9 we looked at. Each had a different, several had different provisions. So it is truly up to the board's discretion here how you want to address this issue. Your charge to us was to come back to you with a way to reduce non-conforming lots and try to limit non-conforming lots. That was the charge that you gave us. And so, but if you want to expand and add additional requirements, we can certainly do that.
And I do want to say that I think you've done a really good job. This is just a little, now we're getting down to nitty gritty little details. And I understand why Aunt and Uncle, I mean, if you look at the family member allowance in all those different counties, they all have child, they all have all but us have stepchild, although I thought that was up there. Then you have spouse, sibling, parent, grandparent, grandchild. All those, everybody's covered. The ones that don't cover all of them are aunt, uncle, niece, and nephew. Those are only covered by, half of them or a third of them, something like that. So I guess every county makes their own choice. That's why it's so open. So we can work on this some more. Because it's getting late.
Can I
Yes.
ask if there could be a special application process for aunts and uncles?
Certainly. If you would like that, you can certainly do
That would, that, we could do that.
And then that's fair.
Mm-hmm. All right, could you agree with that?
No, but I mean, based on whatever Mr. Hughes figures is reasonable, but
I don't want this to be what I deem as reasonable. I want this to be what you deem as reasonable.
no, you don't get to decide the rules.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, you get to decide the fee and come back, but
I'll take that any day.
I'll come visit you.
let's go ahead, man. If we can get a special exception or a special process for aunts and uncles, I'm happy. We're all happy now.
So is that the direction that the board would like to go in? Add a provision that creates a special exception clause or a process to allow.
Can I add that
someone
now?
to
As long as they're gonna build a house, it's not just a transfer of land to be in an account. They've got to build a house
Give them
in
24 months.
24 months, or can we make it that it's rescinded? And we're gonna have
We can't do
Mr. McKenzie tell us we can't do
we
that.
can't do conditional zoning.
I'm not here to say no. We've got a meeting in 2 weeks, so I think we could work through, we've got these notes we can work through and I don't think I can get language that I'm comfortable with on the fly here.
Well,
We can't just add aunts and uncles and let's just.
Well, we could add aunts and uncles to the definition of immediate family, but this provision for a review process, I need to flesh out in language.
And we don't have to have
that
it at
works.
the next board meeting. We just need to keep moving this down the field.
But we could, and my notes have removing the waiver on 8N, adding your section and providing language about building within a set period of time. So we can work up that
Just for
language.
aunts and uncles.
Because the impetus needs to be that they're building, and it's not just, they're just not subdividing something and giving it to a family member and they sit on it.
We're going back to 10 years?
Yeah, it's going back to 10 years.
Only with emergency hardship.
Right.
You okay with that? We're good. Yeah.
So any suggestions anyone has that maybe was not clear to those who can't hear us up here, make sure Mr. They have it. Call Leon with anything.
Yeah, well, I think what we need to do, just procedurally, we've got the notes here. We're going to work that up. If anyone sends any more, we'll take those up. Then we need to determine whether we can still fall within our prior public hearing or whether the changes are significant enough that we need to re-advertise. And then we can shoot for, I mean, frankly, we could, if they're not significant, we could do it second meeting in March. If not, we'll just shoot for April. But if we need to advertise, we need 2 weeks. Yeah. 3 weeks because we have to get the ad into the paper a week ahead of time. Yeah.
I'd like to bring it back at the next.
As of right now, no. I'm just saying,
possible.
if anything else comes in, or I think right now all of these seem pretty reasonable. I mean, I think adding the niece, nephew, aunt, uncle thing is an expansion of who can get a family subdivision. The removal of the waiver is a restriction on who qualifies as a family subdivision. So I think we just want to make sure we comply with the procedural requirements. We want to assess whether we need a public hearing.
All right, so we are going to put this back.
Yeah. Okay. So we're basically good.
All right. So we're going to finish this one up on our next meeting.
That's the goal.
All right.
Yeah, if we
Thank
don't
you.
have to have another public hearing, correct.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, well.
So I think that takes us to 5, Mr. Chair.
Yep. We have a request, new business, item number 5, request for a reduction in water bill.
And I would,
Yeah.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Miss Celia, resident in 7338 Legacy Lane in Pendleton subdivision, has requested a reduction on her January 2026 water bill, which was $3,266.45, which reflected 160,930 gallons of water that was recorded by her meter. Staff notified her that there was a leak going on in her house. She wasn't aware of one. We returned later that afternoon and actually assisted her, at which time we found a garden hose that was turned on through the spigot underneath the snow that had been running. The whole back of the yard underneath the snow was all soggy and a mess. We told her that that wouldn't qualify for a leak rebate as it wasn't really a leak, and that we didn't have the authority to issue any rebates to that. However, if she wanted to submit and petition the Board of Supervisors, that she could do that. So she had submitted a notarized statement to the fact that she believes that kids might have turned it on and she just wasn't aware of it. Her husband was out of town. She did hire a licensed plumber as well, just to come in to make sure there was no other leaks within the house. And then looking at the she expressed, I guess, the concern that the water and sewer bill creates a significant financial hardship for her and her family if it was not reduced. She has been a long-term member of the community and has always paid her bill on time. However, she doesn't have any idea how she would come up with the funds to be able to pay for this water that was running. If you look on the second page of my memo, her December, November, and October usage was 5,100, 4,300, and 8,800 gallons. So she doesn't really use a lot, and at least not compared to the 160,000 that she used. So what I did is I did prepare what we would do if this was a leak rebate, what would it look like? And essentially, we use the average of your 3 previous monthly bills and you double that. So that would be $295.39. So essentially, if we were to apply that, she would get a credit on her sewer of $2,059.87 and her water of $911.20 for a total refund of $2,971.00.
Joey, I'm going to save you some breath if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. If I could, I would like to move that the board grant the rebate of $2,971.07. Go, Floyd. Yes. We agree. So we have a motion and a second.
Is that our aunt that did it?
What's that?
Aunt that did it?
Yeah, because they let her stay there. Kidding.
Hey, no laughing in the audience.
We have a motion and a second to apply a rebate of $2,971.07 for an errant water hose that loaded an extremely high amount of water. At least we don't have to worry about it. It didn't get processed. in the
Maybe
sewer
some
plant.
kids
It
put
did
in an
not.
ice skating
No,
rink.
so it was just water.
And we were just.
And it was a
wanted to-
great time of year for it to happen where we got plenty of it, so.
All right, any other discussion?
You want to vote?
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 6, first reading of proposed amendment, chapter 45, the Code of Caroline County regarding environmental regulations.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And before we get to the ordinance, I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce the board to our new senior environmental planner, Mr. Robert Wood, who's been with us a few months now, and so has been extremely busy chasing dirt off of the roads and everywhere else. But I hadn't had an opportunity to introduce him to you all, and I wanted to take this chance tonight because essentially he is responsible for enforcing a lot of, or essentially everything that's pretty much in the ordinance. So just wanted you all to be able to put a face with a name.
Thank you. Welcome.
What was the name again?
Bob Wood.
Bob.
So
Not
spoil
Bob White,
piles that
Bob
were
Wood.
left over from a contractor a year or two ago on the side of the interstate near Carmel Church that don't have any grass on them. That would be something that he would address.
Yes, sir. Where was that?
See?
I like that. He's ready to go.
There you go.
Harris Teeter site. I don't-
the Trader Joe's? No. Harris Teeter.
Across the road.
On the other side. Behind.
Maybe it's just all the grass is
Oh, yeah,
dead.
yeah,
It
yeah.
just looks like dirt. But anyway, I can't see well from that interstate going, 87. But kidding.
Mr. Hughes, is this a new ordinance for a change?
So, okay, this is being required because when we went through our audit with the DEQ, they determined that our ordinance was out of date and not in compliance with the changes that happened at the state level. So a number of years back, the program was combined, stormwater and ENS at the state level, and our ordinance did not comply. So what you have here is a modeled ordinance. It's very similar to what we have right now. It just has updated code references. The definitions are essentially the same. And so it does meet the standard as required by the DEQ. So it would be new in the sense that we would be repealing our current ordinance and replacing it with this ordinance.
I was just looking if there were specific changes. I was just looking for change bars. Didn't know if I should read the whole thing or was this a change to what we've done in the past?
No, read the entire thing.
Okay.
Because this will be, yeah.
I will. You'll laugh. I'll read it. You know it.
Laugh at him saying read the entire thing.
I asked it.
So, but there's nothing in here that's earth shattering. And it's,
Never know.
true.
Will this incorporate our dirt pile ordinance? Will that get put in this?
So that is already in the Ches Bay ordinance and in the site plan, the zoning ordinance, the stuff we adopted back in December.
So the height and the slope and all that won't be in this.
No, we've already adopted that.
Okay, so it is, that's why I'm asking, because I didn't know what I was. And we had those discussions. We won't go back through them, but I just didn't know what I was to expect when I read this. That's why I didn't spend any time because I didn't know what I was reading, but I will look at it.
Like I said, this addresses the biggest change. Like I said, the state level, they combined the two programs. And when they did that, a lot of the state code references changed. this ordinance is specifically for opt-out jurisdictions like Caroline, which does not do stormwater management. So there are not a lot of stormwater provisions. There is a model ordinance that for jurisdictions that are the ENS authority as well as the stormwater authority. But since we are only the ENS authority, this pared down ordinance suits Caroline's needs and complies with the audit and the corrective action agreement that we've agreed upon. So,
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Long?
if, since Mr. Sealy wants to go through this, and probably some of us others should go through it again also, can we just table this to our next meeting?
well, this is a first reading, so this is not a public hearing. This is just saying, bringing it to you so that we can schedule it for a public hearing.
Okay,
So,
so we don't have to discuss anything.
I think we have consensus to send it to public hearing.
Just send it on.
Anybody opposed? Okay. All right, we'll send it to public hearing.
all right, thank you.
Mr. McKay, we don't need do we need a motion for that?
That's just directing staff to move forward. So I can get your rules of order out on that, and double check, just to clarify, that will have to be in April because we don't have enough time to advertise for your second March meeting.
I don't think it hurts anybody's feelings, so.
Okay. And while I'm here, just a point of clarification. I don't think members of the board would even notice, but the copies of the agenda that were, I think, in the auditorium somewhere had another item on them, and that was an earlier copy, and that item wasn't ready. It was the purchase of vehicles for public utilities. That just wasn't ready for the agenda tonight, so I didn't want members of the public to think that we had overlooked something. So that's going to be later.
It's not on the room. All right.
All right, informational calendar items. And approval of the planning commission schedule.
Middle school STEM expo is tomorrow at the middle school, if you want. Thursday at the middle school. I'm supposed to be, I think it starts at 10.
I was already committed to going to Major.
No,
Mr. Chair, I have a correction, actually. The rules of order do indicate that we should have a vote on scheduling the matter for public hearing.
Okay. Board, just real quick, to send item number 6 to public hearing, we do need a vote. So need a motion, a second. To send number 6 to. Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye to send
Aye.
to public hearing. And any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other updates before we go to closed session? You want to do this now? Okay. Okay.
I don't have anything, I don't think that hadn't already been mentioned. I'll remind you of the Sheets grand opening in Carmel Church Thursday at 9 o'clock, as Mr. Underwood said. On the 21st, Saturday, the 21st is the annual Fire and Rescue Spring School at the middle school. Of course, the next board meeting is March 24th, and then we don't meet again until April 14th. One meeting in April. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and do closing board comments. Mr. Black, you want to get us started?
Yes, just really quickly, if staff could, I don't know, we did a good job for a while, but there seems to be a lot of signs popping up again on the near intersections, and they seem to be proliferating, and it's getting in certain, it just doesn't, it looks terrible. So if we could have staff go around and go to the major intersections and start picking up those signs again, and because I don't think it makes the county look very good when you have, just random signs all over major intersections.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a quick couple. One is, I want to thank Miss Ava Lucas, who's out there. She's our HR expert. She did a wonderful job in helping slow people make sure they got registered on the new system. And by that, I mean myself. So I really appreciate your help. I'm sure you had a lot of work to do. Thank you very much on that. I forgot to mention that in the first. And the other one is Mr. Taylor, Calvin Taylor from the school board, and I have been talking about doing a town hall together to talk about schools. We're probably going to do that at the end of the month. I wanted to make sure anybody, one supervisor who wanted to attend could attend, but it's just an open discussion, community, board of supervisors, a board member, a school board member. So we'll probably do that at the end. I'm gonna extend the invitation to one other board member, so we don't have three. But that's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Seelig,
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Long?
Just want to say I'm sorry I can't be at the STEM opening, but I'm pretty sure I have a conflict on that. I mean, at the Sheets opening, but I will be at the middle school for the STEM expo, and I will see you all here at our next meeting.
Mr. Underwood?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
And my only comments are that we as a board need to come to a consensus regarding our schools and what we decide, what we're going to support as far as adding student capacity, what schools, plural, whatever it may be. We need to really focus on that as a board and start down a path one way or another, sooner than later. So we've kicked the can down the road
Mr. Chairman.
a lot. Yes, Mr.
I wasn't going to say anything, but looking at school accreditation and school accountability, those are two different issues. And all of our schools are accredited, meaning that the taxpayers are funding all of the programs required by the state to be considered a quality school. When you look at accountability, the accountability report talks about the academic performance of our students. So we need to make sure that we all understand the difference between accountability and accreditation. Bowling Green Elementary is a school that's under severe intense improvement. That's the lowest standard you can have in schools. The middle school is off track according to Virginia's standard of accountability. Madison and Lewis and Clark are on track, and the high school is exemplary. And those are the standards by which we're measured academically. So we've been talking about getting an MOU to help move Bowling Green forward. And this just shows you that they need intense help. And we need to continue to put a plan forward to help move Bowling Green forward. The majority of the board here have students who go to Bowling Green. 4 of us have students who go to Bowling Green Elementary. Yet it's the worst school in terms of performance. We have to continue to have a discussion and an open and transparent discussion and not hide behind, oh, we're accredited. No, your accountability says there's work to be done. So let's put it on the table, address it so we can move forward. But I agree with you, we need to talk about it. But there are ways that we can move our populations and get those kids in a better academic system. We brought in the pre-K kids, 300 kids into our K-12 buildings. This board is responsible to fund K-12 schools first. Pre-K Head Start is a separate fund that's done by the state. They should not be taking up space in our buildings if we don't have room for our K-12 students, which we're responsible for first. It's the school's responsibility to put that program in place and find the space. But we should not be taking K-12 space. And then we're saying that we're not afforded and affording our kids the same opportunity for space. So we need to have some real conversations and stop beating around the bush and be afraid to say what we need to be saying. We're funding K-12 education first. That's our primary goal. We're responsible for K-12 space first. That's our primary goal. Then that's what we should be doing, and that's the conversation. You have a house that seats, you have 12 kids in your house, and all of a sudden you take in kids from your aunt's house. It doesn't make sense. And that's what we're doing, and we have to have a conversation, an honest conversation. They created this situation. When they took over the pre-K program and the Head Start program from the private companies, and go back and look at 21, 22, when they took them over, they should have made provisions for the children, not crowd the K-12 buildings and say, Board of Supervisors, now it's your responsibility to build space. Our number one responsibility first is K-12 education. And I'm going to stick to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And just to conclude my remarks, we need to get on the ball. So that's all I have to say about that. So, all right, with that, we will go into closed session. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 great items.
Mr. Chairman, I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the personnel legal consultation exemption of section 2.2-3711.A1 and .A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussions with staff regarding terms and provisions of the building code and associated staffing and personnel matters related to the planning and community development and litigation and legal counsel exemptions under 2.2-3711A7 and A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with county attorney, discussion with staff regarding the following or actual probable lawsuits. A, water utility merger case recently filed with the State Corporation Commission, and Administrative Process Act appeal involving Caroline County DEQ, where such consultation and open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the county. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of going to closed session, say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, we are in closed session. To the audience, we will return as soon as we're done to close out the meeting and take any action necessary. That's a result from the closed session. And I cannot give you an estimated time. It'd be more than 30 minutes. That's about all I got. Thank you. come out of closed session.
Chairman, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certifies to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters fully lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Second, you mean?
A second. Told you it was late.
All right, we have a motion and a second to come out of closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, so we need to certify that only recognized matters that were exempted from the open meetings were discussed. Mr. Black, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas? Mr. Underwood? Ms. Long?
I so certify.
Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
And I so certify. So we are officially out of closed session.
Mr.
And
Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Have a good evening.
Thank you guys up there.